Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, October the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Shorty, in our YouTube room. Looking for some confirmation in our main room. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, so you can hear me and see my screen. And boy, I'm ticked off of myself. I saw this drug right here. I think I posted in the room. I mean, somebody may have posted it earlier, but they did a financing, but the financing was at 21.50. So I'm looking at this at 27 and thinking, wow, that's obviously way above the financing price. Thought about taking some just on that 30 break, but I said, nah, you better not. Wow. So now this is actually at the high of the day. It went crazy, 38.40, 38.49. However, on that day, also, I think in the pre-market or the day before, look at this, look at this, kicking myself now. Um, on this day, the day before, after hours, it hit 60 something. So my goodness, so drug is on the move again, guys. Ugh. Oh well. Speaking of on the move, look at KWEB. So there was news out of China, I guess. China ADR surge and central bank measures to boost market. So this is kind of the same as what happened here. But the market kind of maybe didn't believe it here, the drop. Now we're back again. So anyway, there's KWEB up 6%. So most of the China stocks are going to be soaring today. I'd be probably watching Tiger. Tiger seemed to me anyway, to be the one that seemed to be the best one of all the China stocks in terms of percentage gains and holding their gains during the day. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but I'd be watching Tiger probably, TIGR. How can we not talk about Netflix? Man, Netflix, William, I don't know if you traded Netflix. I know you were going to wait for Netflix after hours yesterday. Uh, huge move, huge move. I mean, that is a big move. 429 million in the float, about 6.5%. Basically an all-time high. Excuse me, that's the all-time high, I guess. Excuse me, right here at 736. So it's 733 right now. So Netflix just did not disappoint. Sober. Sober popped because they said they're not going to do the financing that they said they were going to do. I think that's what this means. Announced it filed a Form RW and will not pursue a public offering at this time. So I can't remember when they said they were going to, but now they're saying they're not going to. Of course, it could be just a giant game. You say we're going to do a public offering, stock tanks, insiders or people take advantage of that, and then they say we're not going to, stock soars. I don't know if that's what happens, but anyway, silver is up and it's such a low float, approximately 276,000, or it's going to be a low float, probably less than a million in the float. Yeah, and that JDZG, JDZG, ZG. So this is a China stock, but this really didn't, well, I guess it sort of did. No, this China stock did not really follow the rest of the China market when the market was soaring. Okay, this is just really utterly trading on its own. I don't think there's any news on this one. And let's see another one. CVS is weak this morning. There's been all sorts of news about this one over the last month, I guess, or even 2 months. So there's CVS, guys. CVS is weak again. We'll get to a weekly chart here. And AKAN, is it still up? Yes, AKAN is still up. 39% point of volume, 12 million, 12 million. So it's traded to float. Excuse me, almost double the float now. This point, I think call it 7 million in the float. It's traded 12 million already. However, it has pulled back a lot, 189 down to 138. So that's a big percentage pullback. It is still up. I'm going to see if there's any news that I can find. I don't see any news on this one that I can see in my headlines. Must be something though. And I see we have some new people in the room. Welcome to the room, everybody. If you're new to the room, Peggy, Peggy. This one, yeah. So this one had a nice day yesterday. Yeah, a lot of volume already. 6 million already. 8.5 million in the float. You can see that if it can take out, there's the high right there, or a high right there of 666, the ominous 666. So takes that out. If it does, then you have a high of 879 next, because it had a massive drop. I don't remember why this happened. I saw that question in our. Is there a way to unold chat room names? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean you want to create a new chat room name? I like to call it a trading room, but anyway, is that what you meant? You want to create a new trading room name? Sure, it's just a matter of just logging in with a new name. No, talking to somebody in our ask the question in support. So there are a couple more earnings play. So, well, okay, WAL actually is now starting to drift down. Okay, this is Wall Street Alliance, Western Alliance. So, Western Alliance. So this is starting to drift down now on earnings. Most of the banks have had a great run. Didn't Goldman Sachs release today? No. Oh, so they've already released. Sorry, so they've already released. That was on the 15th. So some of the regional banks are. I see Ally released. Not a great reaction so far. FITB released. Some of the regional banks, so RF, Regional Financial, RF released, but kind of muted reactions all around. Lord of the Flies. Piggy, but okay. Okay, guys. The firm, AFRM. Okay, nothing really happening here. I thought something a little more major was happening with AFRM. So the market we're in for a positive open so far. I'm going to check that economic calendar. I think there was something. I think there was something. Yeah, 8:30. So 8:30 housing starts and permits. Okay, so what happened at 8:30? Yeah, a little bit of a pop. You can see here's the 8:30 bar right there. So a little bit of a pop on that housing starts and permits. Yeah, so we've got a bunch of the Fed presidents talking. As William said, the blackout period starts on the 26th for them talking. So we've got Bostic at 9:30. We've got Cash Carry at 10. Waller at 12:10. And Bostic again, he's busy guy today at 12:30. So at 9:30, Bostic will talk. So that may affect the market short term. Well, a move down won't. There's no like pop this on. You can't see. The symbol is drug, not available for short sale. So they're not even going to try to find. That's at Interactive Brokers. So they're basically saying we won't even try to find any shorts for you, which is probably a darn good thing. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention VTAC. VTAC is right at the top here. How could I forget? Here's VTAC, guys. VTAK. Let's see. Any news? You know what? My news is not loading correctly. Just give me a moment. We do this every day now. My news at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I don't see any news on this VTAC, guys. Another low float, 167% up, 42 million. There's got to be something. I just don't see anything in my headlines. Well, there are some earnings plays. Some of the banks, Netflix, obviously, Bjorn, that's an earnings play. Netflix released after hours yesterday, but some of the banks have flashed them. I'm sure there'll be more. But here's, Western Alliance, Ally. Schlumberger is not a bank. RF is a bank. FITB is a bank. CMA is a bank. Financial. But Netflix, obviously, is a big one today. So what's the news? Anybody know what the news is on this VTAC? I can't see anything in my headlines. Okay, just don't see anything. But there's got to be something with this 42 million traded. Okay, thank you, William. So yeah, so there's no news that we can really find. Just a momentum mover. So somewhere, somebody, someone has decided to. This is going to be the stock du jour. With that float, let me just check that float. Okay, I want to check that float to see if that is in the ballpark. Okay, so the other website that we look at has 2.5 million as opposed to about a million. So but it's still very low. HEPS, I forgot to mention HEPS. I think yeah, I think I forgot to mention HEPS on my list. HEPS. Okay, so this is a Turkish stock. So this stock jumps as Kazakhstan's Kaspi.kz acquires a majority stake for $1.13 billion. Okay, so 107 million in the float. So that has popped that stock. Wow, 63%. That's a massive move with that float. 107 million in the float. 12 million have traded already. Mobileye. Let's take a look at what is happening with Mobileye. Yeah, Mobileye on the move here, guys. Actually, that's pretty interesting. Look at the high right there, 1339. So it's right at that high 3 days ago. Okay, now it takes that out. $14 is the next high on the daily chart. So there is some room. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, I do not see any news on it. Israeli stock, I do not see any news on it. So I didn't mention this one. They're delisting themselves. ORGS is delisting themselves. Okay, gonna go to the pinks, I guess. Ally guys, Ally on the way down. Okay, Ally on the way down. I'm hearing it. So Ally on the way down. Earnings play. ALLY. As the market is on the way up. What is our all-time high again for the SPY? I guess that was yesterday. Boy, 600. I mean, imagine that. Remember when it was 300, guys? I mean, it wasn't. I would say most banks, Bjorn, not certainly not the major ones. At least not the first week, not last week. I would say these regional ones are seem to be missing, but I wouldn't say most banks. You look at Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan and Goldman and all the big ones from last week and some of them this week. Look at XLF. My goodness, XLF. Look at XLF. I mean, that's just soaring here. Now, isn't is KRE? KRE? I mean, even KRE. I mean, this is a regional bank ETF, so KRE is still up here. Not much volume yet, but certainly. But there are. So I don't think I can't say that all the regional banks are also cratering because look at this. Wow, 917 already. So there's no real point. I'm not going to really look at the major sectors. I just want to take a look at XLE. Okay, XLE still kind of flirting with the 200-day moving average. The green line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So just still hovering above it. And I did take a look at retail. Retail in jeopardy a few days ago, and not in jeopardy anymore. Look at that, soaring away, well, moving away from it. So really, the only major sector that is even that's kind of close to the 200-day is the energy sector, XLE. So Ally guys continues to make its way down a bit. Okay, actually it's making its I mean it's picking up steam now on the way down. So there it is right there. So on the daily chart, it's almost at that low. It's that low right there. That low is 33.23. So 33.23 is the next low. We're at 33.49 right now. If it takes that out, then the next low is 32.51. So there's still $1 to that next low. Big float, 296 million in the float. Okay, VTAC is holding its gains though, guys. I can say this. Got as high as 142. Well, maybe not 142, but it's holding in this area anyway. The next high on the daily chart, probably took that out earlier, is 131. So it did get up to 141 or so. If it takes that out again, I have to put an alert up over here. And again, we can't seem to find any news on it. But if it does take out 131, then your next high is 225. So there's a lot of room. if it can take out that 131, which it did earlier in the pre-market. So this could be, I mean, it's already a crazy one. Now we checked the float in the other site. Seems to be about, call it 2.5 million. It's still very low. I don't know what you mean by the trading room names need to be fixed as soon as possible. Don't know what you mean by that. PKTR 2K. Don't know what you mean by that exactly. Sebastian's not in the room, Grumpy. So, oh, I see. Well, I don't know why. I mean, I'm looking at mine. I don't see any big deal, but I don't know. Okay, guys. I can email him again today, but I have no. I don't know what his schedule is like, and I have no control over the room in that regard. I can't do it on my own. Yeah, I don't understand what. Like, just deal with it, okay? I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, Tin Fan Forever saying the font seems fine. What's the problem? Is it that big a deal? Is it going to ruin your life? ACI had a big pop up and then a pull right back down. Albertsons, ACI, but mine is Harry. That's just an option. Mine is name and the text is on the same line. I mean, this is what I see. I see the name and everything, the same line. But anyway, let's move on. Okay. Yeah, Ford made a nice, not a bad little move. I did take advantage of it. I was looking for that 20 break, right? Yesterday. It moved up a little bit, got up to 30, up almost 40. Took advantage of it a little bit. Guys, here's another one that is kind of sneaking in here. I didn't see this one. ILLR. It's only up 2.9%, but it started trading as ILLR 3 days ago, I guess. Stick an alert around $4 for this one, just in case it takes out four. Well, it only seems to be two people who have mentioned the trading. Now you, okay? So that's why I didn't think it was that big a deal. But I'll contact him again. All right, guys, 9:24. So I'm going to get the layout that I use once this market opens. Okay, guys, let me get the layout that I use once this market opens. Oh, sorry about that. You're right. No audio. So, market is now doing a bit of a recovery. All right, guys, less than a minute. Less than a minute to this open. Thank you, William. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. And I will be paying a lot of attention to the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown today. There's some excellent ones from yesterday, sort of resurrected it. Okay, guys, less than 10 seconds. Let's see if this VTAC. All right, guys, we're now open. So let's see what happens with this VTAC immediately. Boy, this SPY is jumping all over the place. Had a big down. Look at this. Okay, HTCR, you've been talking about this one, William. Don't see any trading higher after the company announced preliminary Q3 revenue results. Okay, so they don't release until November the 11th, but so they're doing a preliminary release. Low float, 5.5 million in the float. This is out of Japan. So this is HTCR. Look at this opening bar so far on the SPY. Oh my goodness, guys. So drug, there it is, drug. Drug is now at the high of 3 days ago. And I think it's going to get halted. It just got halted, yeah. You tell it was going to get halted. Again, we were talking about this yesterday. This bid ask was not changing. And there's no way in the world that it wouldn't have been changing with the, how based on how this normally trades. So it's halted. Let's see if it takes out 40. Sober moving higher on the fact that they're not going to, well, for the time being anyway, not going to be doing their private placement or their financing, public offering. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Now, Sober is on the move here, guys. Sober on the move. The pre-market high was way up here, around $21. DraftKings, DKNG on the move. DraftKings is on the move. It's not an earnings play. DKNG on the move. Mizuho reiterated coverage with an outperform and a price target of 62. Why not? $39 now. So this is Mizuho, one of the. Now, look what it's doing. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, so that could stall it. 200-day moving average for draft DKNG is 39.35. So it's right at that 200-day moving average. If it takes it out, the next high is around 40.71. Very glad it did not. There's Oris. Yeah, Oris IPO. IPO from yesterday, ORIS, ORIS, and it got halted. Looks like actually on the way down. Okay, yeah, I got halted on the way down. Very glad I did not take the VTAC. Whoa, now look at the SPY. Pretty giant bar to start. Okay, MO, not I thought it was Mosaic. It's not. MOS is Mosaic. MO, Altria. I guess this is yeah. Boo, tobacco. Short them. $49 right now. All right, SLB guys. SLB is an earnings play. SLB is an earnings play on the way down. So look at SLB on the daily chart. The next low looking left is 42.89. So it's right there. If it takes that low out, look on wow. 41.70. So a couple of dollars underneath. Okay, so OKLO, let's see, yeah, OKLO takes out the previous 2 days highs around, say, call it around 17. It's not quite 17, but put a price alert there. See if it takes out 17. Small modular reactor, nuclear plays, nuclear. Okay, that's what I'm calling them, nuclear plays. And somebody mentioned NNE earlier. NNE probably doing the same thing. NNE and SMR. Oh, SMR is not doing the same thing. Okay, not doing the same thing. ASPI on the move, ASPI on the move. All right, drug resumed, DRUG resumed, did not take out the high. 39.42 was where it got halted. It dropped a little bit below it. Well, there's your high, guys, of the previous 2 days now for OKLO. But be so careful on this drug if you take it, guys, because it has massive moves, not only to the upside, but to the downside. So just be awfully careful, better share size accordingly if you're going to do it. Okay. So Sebastian says there'll be a fix for that this coming weekend. Okay. So for your font size and all that, there'll be a fix for it this coming weekend. Oh, just give me a moment. All right, guys, PCT here. This is looking pretty interesting. Taking on all that on the weekly chart. Okay, Grumpy, enough. Okay, enough. I know you're trying to be funny. Just enough. There's the NNE. You were right. At 20 was a big area. Next high looking left. I like that OKO, guys. That is definitely one I'm going to watch because it's a little bit cheaper. Um, and I missed it. I just missed it. That was on the 10-day daily breakout at 1677. Son of a. Hmm. And there's the SMR. Now the SMR is trying to catch up. There we go, guys. SMR trying to catch up to the other two. So look at there's SMR. Boy, SMR really catching up now. Remember the other two were when SMR was doing this. I'm sorry, when SMR was doing this, the other two were doing this. Now SMR is really catching up. 1977 or so is the next high looking left. Too bad, John. Okay, have a great weekend. The band. Okay, for some reason I had a price alert here. I know why. So look at the again. I don't know if it's going to start filling in this void, but look at the void on the weekly chart for band. We've got $24 is the high. Okay, so it's taking out this right here. Let's see if it can continue. What's the volume like? Volume is terrible. Okay, volume is terrible. Sorry, 11,000 shares. So all right, guys. So now VTAC got halted on the way up. So let's keep a real close eye on this VTAC. It got halted on the way up. It's got all this room on the weekly chart. If it can get going again. Okay. HEPS is on the move now. HEPS is basically an earnings play. Okay. Basically an earnings play, even though technically it isn't, but they've kind of pre-released a bit. I'm sorry, it is not. It is not an earnings play. This is all about Kazakh jumps as Kazakhstan's acquires a majority stake in it. Sorry for $1 billion. Sorry, it's not an earnings play at all. Look at this market, guys, trying to rebound now. All right, guys, OKLO, OKLO. Now this is not quite a lifetime high. OKLO, guys, OKLO. Okay, well, that's out of my demographic, Harry. Is that some kind of a video game? Terrifier 3, CANVS. Also an AI, from our AI, it's an alert there. Movie, okay. Is BO box office? Any, boy, I haven't seen any in a long, long time. Any over a dollar now. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on Aura here. Aura, AURA. It is up 66 times normal volume up to this time of day. And it's at $12 right now. In the after hours yesterday, it got to 1460. Must have had some news. Yeah, after hours, or well, I'm seeing the news now, but this must have hit after hours too. This is the news on it. Cancer candidate demonstrates tumor shrinkage, etc. Okay, so that is the news for AURA. 48 million in the float. Well, it's not low, not high. Okay, this is another recent IPO. Was this halted on the way up or the way down? So SFHG halted on the way up. Okay, AQST. To me, there's just too much resistance. Look at the weekly chart. It's moving here, but there's too much resistance, in my opinion. When you look left on that weekly chart, it's got to now if it can clear 533, maybe. But is there any news on this one? So they did file an 8K, but that was on the 16th. All right, gap down and go. CVS, guys, CVS. Okay, VTAC came out of its halt. Put an alert at 143, guys. I mean, that's the high of the day. That is the high, basically. Well, that's the high in the pre-market. Well, there it goes. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I have something I just have to do. Just give me one moment. All right. And okay, so VTAC just got halted on the way up now. Okay, so that was the price alert at 140. VTAC just got halted on the way up. Then when we look left on the weekly chart, 222 or so on the weekly chart, low float. It's probably about 2.5 million. We have a little less than a million, but I checked that other site. Seems to be about 2 million or so. So still very, very low. All right, guys, ASPI on the move here. ASPI is on the move. And this is coming from my 10-day daily breakout. The alert was at 461. You guys were mentioning TWG. I haven't seen TWG. Normally I would see it here. There it is. Of course, this is this one that went crazy. Well, last week, actually, it's getting back to the crazy level. Last week's high was 866. China stock. ATNF, guys, this was from 2 days ago. This went crazy. ATNF went crazy 2 days ago. The high yesterday. So if it can take out well, it's got a ways to go, but a dollar. But this got halted on the way down, I guess. ATNF got halted on the way down. Okay, ASPI did not work for me, guys. I've minute it got back down to that alert price of 461. I took myself out. Okay, so that did not work for me yet anyway. Talk about the ASPI. Now it's coming back. Okay, Aura is on that scan now at 1230. Okay, 1230. Thing to do now is take a look left on the monthly chart. Where could it keep going? So on the monthly chart, yeah, look at that. Too bad because that high right there is 1235. Would probably have to take that out. You can see what it did. You can see what it did. I got right there. Got right to it. 1238 is the high today, I guess. Now, after hours, it got up to 1459. So that's why I can't I look, I'll put a price alert around 1240 and see if it takes it out later. But it has pulled back quite a bit now. All right, what's the float in this thing? CNVS. 13.9 million. Okay, 13.9 million. So it's a pretty low float. A lot of volume though. 167,000 shares. That's it. I mean, that's 17 and a half times normal. So you can tell if 168,000 represents 17 and a half times normal, this just doesn't trade very much. Oh, I see. You mean on our AI? I don't care. I see what you mean. On our AI, it's a short alert. That doesn't make any difference to me right now. All right, now drug just got halted on the way up, and look at this. The potential break is 40. it breaks 40. I mean, yes, I did go long. I did go long. I did go long, Aspie. I didn't even know it was an AI alert, but I'm out of it now. I went long because it showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 461. I got it just a little bit above that, and it moved not badly. I mean, it got up to four. I could have taken some profit, but right now it looks like yeah, it looks like it's better as a short from our AI. Oh my goodness, look at VTAC now, guys. So VTAC came out of the halt, and look at this, 165, and it's halted again. VTAC, VTAK halted again. So we have a little disconnect in the market right now. So the SPY is up a little bit, the Dow is down, and the Nas is up. So a little bit of a disconnect in the market right now. Okay. Peggy. Oh boy. Early alert. I did not take it, but the early alert, I don't like taking them. I almost thought about putting a delay on this, but there's the alert at 8:56, 10:46 now. And it just got halted. Peggy just got halted. PEGY just got halted. Let me get a monthly chart up to see where it could go. Yeah, so I mean, it's got all this room. I think when I look left, the next high, oh, it's way above that. So the next high, $22. You kidding me? So $22. That's on a weekly chart for PEGY. Okay, OKLO, yeah, OKLO. I mean, I this is the one I really like of those three, just because it had some news on its own. I don't think it's going to do any better than the other two, but and so here on the 10-day daily breakout, 1677 for OKLO. Wow, guys, OKLO. And VTA, man, there's so much happening. VTAK just came out of its halt. So it's a little bit below the halt price. I got halted, I think, at 149. So it's a little bit. So I'm sorry. Must have got halted a little bit later than that. Okay, hello, guys. You might be right on this retired Fido. I'm talking to retired in our YouTube room. Oh, okay, hello, guys. Okay, hello. Okay, we're getting close to a whole number of 19. So you know what I like to do. Now, it's almost an all-time high, I believe. OKLO is almost an all-time high. Look at that, 99.9. So this is basically an all-time high now for OKLO. Well, I don't look at price targets, Penny, like that. If it's an all-time high, I don't. Yeah, I don't put price targets. Only thing, I mean, you might think I'm putting a price target just by looking left. It's not a target. It's just where I'm thinking something could stall, where I'm thinking that something could stall, but it's not technically a target. But yeah, it's an all-time high. I don't even bother trying to put a price target on it. Just let the chart tell me what to do. Ah, so this now, NNE now. See, its position now, it's because it had a crazy week a while back. Its position in lifetime range is only 54%. And that's mainly because it had such a crazy week a few weeks ago. But I mean, take your pick. Okay, hello, NNE. Where's SMR right now? Yeah, I mean, SMR, 96% at its lifetime range. So imagine if you had a lifetime candle for this one. For when we talk about a lifetime range, so if we could have a lifetime candle for SMR, it would be right at the, excuse me, the current price would be right near the top of it. Now, ASPI is right back, guys. ASPI is right back. So I'm using this like a watch list, okay? So the fact that it didn't work for me the first time doesn't mean it can't work the second time. My goodness. I mean, yeah, Peggy. I mean, 856. What is it? 12 now? Oh, what's Sober doing now? 1559. What did it get up to? 1559. I got up to 19. Drug. So it has not come out of its halt yet. DraftKings, I think that one dropped actually 39.31, but I've got a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert at that 39.31. See if it takes it out later on. Oklo, well, what to say about that one? OKLO. HEPS 391. I don't think it moved from there. Well, got up to over 4. This is the one I'm interested in, ASPI. It's sort of at that alert price. And then Aura, I'm still interested in Aura. Maybe it gets back up to 12:30 later on. So, as a watch list, that's what I'm using it for. Okay, guys, Oklo took out the 19, took out the whole number. OKLO took out the whole number. Papa J, haven't seen you for a while. Okay, guys, drug just opened. Drug just opened. And what a day. Not in it. Good to see some old faces. All right, guys. Well, your next step then for OKLO, I mean 20. I'm not saying it's getting to 20, but I mean that is the next whole number, and that's a pretty psychological number, in my opinion, to try to get through. So understand, I don't tell people what to take, what trades to take. I just point out what is very interesting to me. I mentioned OKLO several times as my favorite out of the three of them. And when it showed up, I did not get it here, guys. I'm not saying I did not get it here at 1677, but when it showed up on that 10-day daily breakout, then I was really, really interested in it. So I think what I'm going to do right now, I know this is a little bit earlier, but I think I'll start doing this around 10 o'clock. There are a lot of new people in the room. So I think what I'll do now is just talk a little bit about my homepage, the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. And this is, I'll talk about this. This is a 4% in this scan here. Well, the large cap, the race here, that is a big percentage move. Okay. And I'll explain why a little later. Typically, we don't get percentage moves like that in that particular race. All right. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. One moment. Okay. So if you want to take out a subscription, here's how you can do it. Here's a promo code, Barry, 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. And all I ask is this: if you take out a subscription, please use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. Guys, I've got to interrupt. Important message, LTBR. So this is another one. This is really like the other three, okay? But this is another one in that nuclear sector, okay? LTBR. But this is really lagged, is a lot cheaper, and the float is a lot less than the other three. So here is LTBR. Yesterday was 542. Before that, 570. But I mean, look at the lifetime range, 1.9% in red. So but it is in the sector. It is in the sector. All right. So again, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use my promo code. It'll help to keep the room free. It's that simple. If you take out a subscription, the first thing you have to do is do this get started. Okay, this is a software program. There is a learning curve, obviously, like any other software program. So what we try to do here, 10 short videos covering the important aspects. First one, download and install your first startup and login. Scroll a little bit down here, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay, two key ingredients of trade ideas. We also have something for those of you who are new to trading, Trading 101, a free series of videos. Okay, a free series of videos, about 38 of them. Okay, so if you're new to trading, I would recommend that you take a look at these. Stock of the day video. I'm going to have a lot to pick from. Stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, guys, as I said, that 20 level for the OKLO, I don't know, it got fairly close, but now it's starting to fade a bit. So, take profits accordingly. Education section is here. Here's our user guide. So right at the the first one to see is that getting started again. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and stock racing. Okay, you'll notice I'm running a stock race right here. This is how you can create your own stock race with your own set of parameters. I'm going to go over this race. Price alerts, you see I use price alerts on my charts all the time. And watch lists. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you can do it. More information, of course, is in this user guide, but like any other user guide, it's big, but you don't have to learn everything. Think of it like this. I like to use MS Word as an analogy. If you look at that MS Word user guide, what if I said you had to learn everything before you could use the program? Nobody would do it. Most people just care about, okay, how do I type on the screen? How do I print it? How do I save it? Maybe change a font, things like that. Very basic stuff. But look at the guide. It's huge. Well, just like our guide, we've got a lot in it, but a lot of stuff you don't have to learn. My scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here they are. Click on my homepage link, scroll down. On the middle section are my scans. So I am sharing a lot of scans. I do not have them all up and running though, okay? But I am sharing a lot of different types of scans. So here are the ones that you can actually see. So in the upper left-hand corner, the Halts resumes right here. This race right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is at the top here. The relative strength leaders is here. And the upside movers versus downside movers is here, right there. But I do have some other scans on my other monitor. I have two other monitors. I've got a momentum scan right here. I showed you this one. This is another race. This is the large cap gainers from the start of the race. I will go over it, go over both the races actually. And then these two I loaded yesterday, the don't repeat versions, okay? A 10-day daily breakout on the way up, and there's only one on the way down. So you can take a look at them. Any scan, if you want to know what it's looking for, you just have to load the scan, right click, configure, and it's going to tell you, if you click on the summary, what it's looking for. Do it again. Sometimes it takes a bit of time. Here we go, summary. That's what it's looking for, okay? For most scans, that's all you have to do. Right click and click on the summary. Now, if you don't like exactly all this, you can make changes, of course. This happens to be what I want to see. Well, I've got a daily reversal scanner right here, Nadir, okay? Right here. So if you can see my home page, if you can see what I'm pointing at, one of the scans I do have is a daily reversal scanner, okay? And also you might want to look at bouncer stoppers. These are stocks that are maybe gone parabolic on the way up and reversing down. I actually have a lot of reversal scanners. Got a continuation or reverse as a gap continuation or reverse. So to answer your question, yeah, you have a daily reversal scanner, you've got a gap continuation or reversal, and then the bouncer stoppers, which can look at reversals. Okay? I was talking to Nadir in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Excuse me. Take a look at this race here. Just give me a moment. I want to see. Okay, TDS just showed up. When I say just showed up, it just showed up in my 10-day daily breakout. Now, it's pretty parabolic right now, so I wouldn't want to take it right now. But let's take a look left on the weekly chart, on the monthly chart, sorry. Let's see where it could go before it hits any sort of resistance. Can't see any. I'm going to have to scroll back. Well, I'm back in 212, 221 now. I have to go back 5 years now, guys. 5 years before we see that next high. I don't think that's a big deal. So, don't tell me about drug hitting 50. Yeah, right here, guys. I mean, if you're in the pre-market, if you're following, if you're in the room early enough during the pre-market, I posted that they did a financing at 21.50, and I was quite amazed that it was way above the financing price. I was seeing it right here at 28, and I thought, man, maybe if it takes out 30, take a couple hundred shares. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So now halted again over 50, and on this day here, I believe that the night before, after hours, I believe this got, or maybe it was here. At any rate, one of these days in the pre-market, it actually got up to 63 or 66. So there's that. And it was a lot of volume. It appeared to be a lot of volume. Why does the stock get halted? It's math. Okay. So if it goes up, I mean, this is a very, very general statement. If it goes up too fast in a short period of time, then it gets halted. And it's just a computer program that kicks in. Okay. So it's not some guy sitting there. I think I'll halt this stock. And usually the halts are 5 minutes long. Usually they're 5 minutes long. Yeah, so that's why they're called volatility halts. Okay, and a better explanation. So volatility halt, stock goes up too fast in a short period of time. Again, that is a very simple explanation. Okay, and so it's just simple math. A program kicks in and halts the stock. Call it like just a pause, regroup. Other people don't like it, but it is what it is. I think somebody might correct me, but I think it started during the financial crisis in 2008. I think it might have started then. Somebody might correct me on that, but I think it might have started then because stocks were going absolutely crazy up or down, especially down. But somebody may correct me on that. Okay, thank you, Draw. So yeah, so that's when it started, and I guess they saw no reason. They decided, well, let's just keep it in place. And we only started this House Resumes alert window. I don't know when exactly, but it's probably one of the last alerts that we added to our repertoire, maybe 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. Give me one moment. All right, guys. So let's talk a little bit about this race you see here. This biggest finish from the start of the race. I'm running 4 minute races. Expand this just a little bit. I'm running 4 minute races. Okay. Now you can pick the time period you want. Again, if you click on my homepage link, go to the edge, scroll down to the education section, click on the guide, and you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing. So I am about a minute and a half into this race. So ADTX, why is this at the top here? Because it has moved the most since the race started. It has moved 5.6%. Probably not a huge dollar amount. It's a cheap stock, but that's what that means. 5.6%. And but you can now look. Wow. Now this one, I should have been watching this one to give my head a thump, guys. Why? Because they came out on this day and said they have some kind of a collaboration with drug. Okay, we should have been watching this one. I forgot about this one. Certainly, it came out 2 days ago saying we have some kind of a collaboration deal with drug. When this went absolutely crazy. Okay, and another very low float, 5 million in the float. So it's moved 10%. Okay, notice what's happening here. There will be a top 10 list, excuse me, automatically created for you of the stocks that make up that win the most races. So you can see right at the top here, VTAC won 4 races, Peggy won 2, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list that is created. Gives you a great watch list in for you all day long. Now, this is a volatile race. Okay, I wouldn't say it's for everybody. If you're new to trading, I'm going to show you a race that I think maybe you should be looking at as opposed to a race like this. But obviously, it can be a really exciting race. Now, the other thing is, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on an alert. If you see anything here, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, Serve has been a very active one over the last little while. Click on it, see what is happening with it. TVGN, another very active one. See what's happening. The high yesterday got up to what, 250 or so. Okay, I'm just watching this one right now. Now, the thing about this also is that, yes, I am more of a momentum trader. Okay, I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Okay, but you don't have to be that trader. In fact, a lot of you probably would rather watch or look for pullbacks. Okay, maybe to a certain level you like, maybe to the VWAP, or maybe to a moving average that you like. So you can use this because look at silver as an example. I don't know. Yeah, okay. So here's silver. Now this is pullback way below the VWAP. But what if the VWAP is 1721? What if it had pulled back into the VWAP and maybe that held? Okay, as an example. Or maybe you like this level. Maybe you're looking at this level and going, well, okay. Maybe you put a price alert at 16, takes it out. Maybe it gets going again. So you can also use this for pullbacks. Okay, HTCR. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, the 122. Well, if you're a VWAP type player, it is pulled back right into the VWAP. Maybe if that's the style you like, you can take a look at this, see if the VWAP holds. Maybe you put a price alert at 130 or so, takes it out. Maybe you take the trade and you put your stop near the VWAP. I mean, that's up to you. You have to have your own trading style. Okay, so that's a way in which you can use the races for pullback type plays. Yeah, Peloton I saw was very active in the pre-market. Wow, look at Peloton. Peloton very active in the pre-market. PTON is a massive move. 345 million in the float. A 14% move on that. That is a massive move. And I have no idea why. I don't see any specific news on it. Magpie, are you talking about on the 10-day daily breakdown? It is not. Let's see why. Ah, I know why. I know why. And that is because I did up the price range to 50, but that's the reason. Otherwise, it for almost 100% it would have shown up. I actually was thinking about upping the price range, so I think I will do that. I think I'll put it around 75 now. Well, I'll do it later. If I do it now, I'm going to lose all. When I make a change, I'm going to lose all the ones that I'm seeing right now. That's the reason. All activities, okay. So what William is saying is he was asking me, did Magpie MGPI did it? I know it's not Magpie, okay, but did it show up on my 10-day daily breakdown? Sorry, on the breakdown. You know what? I don't mind actually. I've only have one right now, and that's because my high up here is $50. So I was thinking of actually doing that this morning, but I forgot. I'm going to put 75 now, and there's CVS showing up. You see, I just did a history, and there's the Magpie. Okay, so yeah, Magpie would have shown up. What would it have shown up at? It would have shown up first at 64.99. Okay, that's where it would have shown up at 64.99, say 65, and it got down to 60, 61 or so. So that's where it would have first shown up. Now here's another one, guys. I know I'm going to talk. I'm going to keep talking about my the race here. This is another one. Okay, call it the nukes. Okay, LEU, another one. LEU, more expensive, obviously, than the other ones, but not bad still. All right. So why is it's crazy action, guys? Crazy, crazy action all morning. So why are these stocks showing up? That should be a question. If you're wondering, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, what makes these stocks special? Okay, well, first of all races start off from a top list window. So watch what happens when I right click on this race. There's an option that says open top list. I'll do that, and here it is. And look how big it is. Okay, look how many stocks are in this top list window. Notice when I right click on the top list window, there's the option launch real time stock price. So hopefully this is making sense to you. You can create your own top list window and run a race based on your parameters. This is what I like to see. If I right click on it and click on configure, in summary, this is what I want to see in here. So if the price is between 1 and 50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock in this list. Okay, number one. So before we had races, and you can still use a top list for this reason if you want, but classic question is, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, well, as long as you have a column header that says change from the close, which I do, see percent, then I can double left click on it, and that's going to tell me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close based on my parameters, in the price range I like, minimum volume, etc. So there's VTAC up 259%, drug is up 123%, etc. All the way down this list. If I want to see the stock that is up the most from this first trade of the day, which is 0%, change from the open percent, there's drug. It's up 37%, TVGN 22%, etc. Again, maybe nice information to have. And if you want to use, just take a look at the top ones, that's fine. But what the race does, because another classic question was, how can I find some of these things that are not at the high of the day, but are starting to move? Well, that's what the race can do for you. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the top of this list, okay? It doesn't care. all it cares about is in this giant list of stocks, what one is moving the most percent in this list of stocks. So for instance, here's Wolf. Wolf has been a very active one. Here's Wolf, up 4%. Well, it's hard to say because it's starting to move, 4.3% right here. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, Wolf just really started to move? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. Well, Chris, how could you ever see it? Okay, well, you don't have to worry about that. The race will take care of it. It'll tell you in this giant list of stocks what stocks are moving the most based, at when the race started. And then once the race is over, we'll have a new winner, a winner of the race, VREA. That'll be added to this. It'll be the number 10. It'll be in the 10th position. Here we go. Now your top 10 list is complete. Okay, there it is right there. Okay. So again, hopefully that makes sense. You can now create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, your own price range you like, volume, filters, whatever you want, and then run a race on it. And guys, I'm missing the boat on something that I should be in, probably. Let's take a look. Yeah, 10-day daily breakout, guys. I was talking about this one. 28.95, 29.80. There is a nice break, a dollar move. So I suggested to people yesterday, they download this one from my homepage, the 10-day daily breakout, and use it like a watch list. And I decided to I used to use it quite a bit. I hadn't used it in a while. But now that we're into earnings season, we will start to see a lot of stocks that are making 10-day highs or lows and other filters in place, of course. It's not just a 10-day high or low. Because when a stock releases earnings, a lot of times, depending on what the market, how the market reacts, they can make 10-day highs or 10-day lows, just like that. So let me show you the other race. So this is a race which, if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe concentrate more on a race like this. Why? Well, I call it large cap gainers. Now it's not such a when you see the filter I'm using, a lot of you are going to say, well, that's not such a large cap. Well, certainly this one it does not have that filter in here. So let me show you what I mean. And watch, I'm going to open the top list. Still pretty big. Still pretty big. A lot of when I did this yesterday, there were only about maybe 20 or 30 stocks in here, but this is still a pretty big list of stocks that are meeting the filter requirements. Again, what are those filter requirements? So I added two filters. One is a market cap has to be at least half a billion, and the other one is a float. The float has to be at least 50 million. Those two filters are not in here. That's why we can get some really crazy percentage moves. Typically, you do not get the big percentage moves in this one. Okay. But there's OKLO. Remember when I showed you this before, OKLO actually was up 4%, starting to move again. So as you can see, this is another top 10 list will be built for you. Now this list or these stocks are just not as volatile as these ones, just because I added those two filters. So if I were new to trading, I would probably maybe more look at these ones. They're still great to trade. Don't get me wrong; they're still great to trade. These ones will, have some giant moves up, but with giant moves up can come with even more giant moves down. Okay. Now, I jumped the gun because normally what I have done by now is tell you all about what Trade Ideas is. Because again, there are a lot of new people now. Great to see a lot of new people in the trading room. So, what is Trade Ideas? Well, we are excellent at real-time alerting. Okay, I maintain we're probably the best company out there that does this. And let me show you what I mean. So if I right click on this scan that I call Momo, which I am sharing, I click on summary. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. We screen, of course. This is the screening aspect of this scan. And basically a top list is a screener. Okay. I mean, you want to see the stocks that are up the most today or down the most today, or highest relative volume today, or as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So that's the screening aspect. And that's what a top list can be used for. So this is the screening aspect of this scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, that's a very powerful filter that we've got. What that means is it's got to be trading. There's that LTBR, guys. I was just talking about it. If the current volume is at least three, that means it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Why I call a momentum scan? The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. Bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing USM right here. That's why we just saw QBTS. Okay, made a new high of the day at 117, meeting all these filter requirements. These are all real-time alerts. That's what we are excellent at, real-time alerting. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can have it, of course. But if you want to make any changes, modify it, which you can do that. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you want to add a filter. If you want to take one of these out, that is completely up to you. This happens to be what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. And there's the INHD. I don't know, Captain. I haven't. I've seen it, but I haven't been able to click on it. Now, you want to build your own scan from scratch? From scratch, of course you can. This time, I'm going to click on search. Look at drug. $5 now. So here's the new high and the new low of the day. Excuse me. These are the two most popular filters that we've got. Real time. Excuse me. Alerts. Real time alerts that we've got. The two most popular. But as you notice, if I scroll down, we have a lot of other real time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when you get to these icons, these are the filters. So if you were looking at this for the first time, please don't think that this is way too complicated for you. That how am I supposed to learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. First of all, if you're just starting out trading, we've got a simulator in which you can practice trading. My style is I want to see stocks near the new high and new low of the day because I'm more of a momentum trader. Your style, maybe, but if you're new to trading, you probably don't know what your style is going to be. So that's why you can practice in our simulator. But if you have any trading experience at all, well, you can take a look at some of these real-time alerts and some of these filters that we do have. Okay. But if you're just starting out, don't get hung up. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. The reason why there are so many, and this is a great reason, because what if we said, well, in order to use trade ideas, you're going to have to learn a complicated programming language, and that would make it even more difficult. So what the company did over 20 years ago when they started, they said, well, let's try to make enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so that's why they had to create so many. I keep saying we. I wasn't around with the company 20 years ago. Okay, so that's why there's so many. So don't get hung up on how many there are. Okay, guys. Okay, hello. Right back up. I don't have any more left of it, but I'm now going to take a look to see if we can take on 20. And now drug is halted on the way up or down. Good for you guys. If anybody took it, good for you guys. I'm jealous. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay, so if you're sitting out there wanting to ask a question about the program or maybe something about the market, don't be shy. You can ask. If it is an accounting type question, then I will be able to direct you to parties that can help you. Okay, I cannot answer any accounting questions. But I don't want to, but I don't have access to, like if you have an account and you're wondering about how you can change something, I can't help you because I don't have access to your account. But I can direct you to people who can, okay? So Harry Sharma. Okay, so I don't share the layout as such, okay? What I do share are the individual scans in which you can, which are here, which you can add. Pick and choose which ones you want, okay? So give me a moment. The reason I don't share a layout is because not everybody wants everything that's in my layout. So it's basically, a la carte. You can pick and choose what you want. Give me a moment as I get the links in here. So if you click on my homepage link that I just popped in underneath, and you'll notice that, and if you scroll down, middle section are my scans. So here they are. Here are the ones that I'm sharing. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here, and the halts resumes. You can just kind of scroll down, and then these are the two that I'm. Oops, I don't know why that happens, and it seems to be hard for me to. Okay, these are the two that I'm talking about that I have on my other monitor that I'm paying a lot of attention to. The 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. Okay, I have two. I have two versions of them. Let me explain. I have the don't repeat. So what the don't repeat does is that I'm only going to see the symbol one time. So Peggy, P-E-G-Y, at 8:56, that was the alert at 9:30. But Peggy kept making a new high after new high after new high. In this version of it, the 10-day daily breakout, you will see it over and over and over again. I like this version because I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that alert? And has it moved? What has it done? Okay. And that's why I kind of like this compact version of it, because you're only going to see the stock only one time, and you see the time of the alert and you see the price. Now you can go back and say, well, what did it do from there? And I can use this like a watch list also, because sometimes they set up different times during the day. Maybe you get an alert and it doesn't move higher, and maybe it moves that, and then it comes back to that alert. So I notice I'm not getting very many. So I'm not overwhelmed. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to call you Galaxy. Okay. You're asking a question about how to activate paper trading in Interactive Broker or in. Give me a moment as I close this down. Make sure that's on a tab I want. No. Okay. So how to activate a simulator? Give me a moment. So this is Brokerage Plus. Okay. Now you say you had this open, but this is what you do. I'm first of all I'm going to when you I'm going to disconnect. Okay. So in order to get Brokerage Plus up, you click on New. This is as in general for everybody. Okay. But I'll explain specifically for you also. But in general, if you want to get our simulator, our paper trader up and running, this is what you do. So you click on new, and then Brokerage Plus. And then this is what you'll see. You may have different column headers, but that'll be up to you. There's all sorts of choices, and it'll probably say not connected. And all you have to do is click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus in the toolbar. Sim for simulation. When you do that, it should turn to paper trading. So are you saying it doesn't? When you click on Sim, does it not change to paper trading? If it doesn't, it's probably because you're on a really old version of Trade Ideas, because it should change to paper trading. Man, how awesome was that TDS, guys? The alert was at 28.95, and now it's at 30.44. Wow. I'm telling you, you know, load this one Monday morning, have this one up and running. The 10-day daily breakout, you can have the repeating version or the don't repeat. It's up to you, or put them side by side. So did that work, Galaxy? Did that work? Did when you clicked on sim, did it turn to paper trading? Because if it didn't, then you just have to click on brokers. You should be able to click on brokers and then click on this paper trading, connect it. And if it says disconnect, just click on it and it should connect it. Can you let me know so I can keep going or move on? So did it work? I mean, I don't want to. I don't have to move on. I just want to make sure it worked for you. Because if it doesn't work, we have to figure out why. Okay. Because if it's not working for you, that means other people may not be. Okay, it worked. Okay, thank you. So the paper trader is simple to use. Once you're in it, you can click on an alert. Let's click on VS. Notice the VS, it shows up right there. You can pick how many shares you want to trade from this drop down, or you can pick obviously the exact number you want. So I'll pick 500 shares. The bid ask is 346, 347, which is obviously very tight. So I can click on buy and send. And now I'm in it, and I'm not in it. Just give me a moment. I think I screwed it up. Just give me a moment. I think I actually. Okay, so for some reason it is not. I might have to just reload it. Sometimes that happens. Okay, let me reload it. HTCR. Let's do this one. HTCR. Okay. Thank you. Well, we may have a little bug here. Oh, there you go. Okay. Phew. Okay, so there you go. Now I'm in this one in the simulator. Okay, and now you can trade it. Now you can keep it here if you want to get out. So obviously, any one that you do. You have a list of stocks that you're paper trading. You want to get rid of one, you just highlight it. You can click on flatten. You want to get out of half your position, or you can double your position. Some very minor hotkeys, okay, that we have here. Okay, so I'm going to get out and just flatten it. Okay, and took me out of the trade. No gain, nothing. Okay, bonjour. Back to you. LML Cano in 86. And I have a single missing symbol check. Oh, Cafe LA. Okay. I have a single missing symbol check running has a scanner. No, I don't believe so. No, no. It's not an alert window. Okay. Like, I don't understand exactly what you mean. You'll have to explain it a little more in detail. I've never run the single missing symbol. All right, guys. By the way, OKLO over 20 again. Here's the Lake Ridge LTBR. Mentioned this one right around $5. Where to get up to? All right. Interested in this one now. CLPT, Clearpoint Neuro. Okay, interested because it's on that 10-day daily breakout. It hasn't moved much. That's why I like to see this. Okay, they don't repeat. I can click on it. It happened at 10:19. That's 30 minutes ago. Hasn't moved. Okay, it's still at 13:57. So now I can, even though I miss it, and look left on the monthly chart. Sorry, the next high in the monthly chart, far enough away, $17. So this has some room on the monthly chart anyway. Okay, question. Modify the 10-day daily break up and down to a break of three candles in 4-hour chart. Probably not, which is 12 hours. Probably not. Okay, Shaw. I mean, you can have three candles. No, if you're talking about three candles looking back 4 hours, for a highest candle, can't do it. That's what you're talking about. What the program cannot do is, I mean, it's a question we get a lot. Show me the candle that is the highest in the last, or a candle that breaks the high of the last, or the highest candle over the last hour. Show me that one. Can't do stuff like that. There's the magpie guys moving down again. So if that's kind of the question, no, we can't do that. What I'm looking at here, I'm going to stick a price alert in this area around 1374 for CLPT. And now, is there any news on this one? Well, the flyer from 2 days ago, ATNF, got up to $18, pulled all the way back down to 350 the day next day, starting to move again. All right, guys, CLPT. Let's see if this has any sort of a move in it now. For me, anyway. I don't like the spread that much, but yeah, can't do it, Shaw. I mean, yeah, can't do something like that, unfortunately. Talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Well, when you say a 1 day break, I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, remember, it's a 10-day break. That's the scan. It's a 10-day break. So I don't know what you mean by then a 1 day break on that scan. These are all 10-day daily breakouts. If you look left, I mean, that's why, there's CLPT. So if you look at a daily chart, you can see that it's broken out over 10 days. So I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. A 1 day. Yes. It can't, yeah. I mean, we've got the consecutive candles if you want to try that. But no, to do exactly what you're talking about, no. Well, Ron, you should be on the later version. I'm surprised you even had it on 0.88. Okay, Ron, you should be on the latest version of Trade Idea, the beta. Okay, uh, it is 0.101. Just give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to show you how you can load it if you want. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, at the top here is a download. Okay, right at the very top, download and download beta. Okay, that will be 0.101, I believe. Okay, 0.101. Okay. But if you're lowering it to okay, Sean, if you're lowering it to a 1 day break, it doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't think we can do what you want it to do. I'm sorry. You're talking about breaking today's high. I mean, well, that alert is always at the high of the day. So let me know once you, Ron. Let me know once you've done it, and then I'll show you. Want to understand where I can read the share name on the four black boxes on the right. The share name. You mean here? The share name. You mean the symbol? So I don't know. Is that a trick question? Sorry. It's right here. Like here's CLPT, here's CLPT, here's CLPT, here's CLPT. I'm not trying to be, but it's sort of front and center. Fustinoni. So it's right in the middle here. Okay, that's the symbol name. Is that what you meant? Okay, the consecutive candle can be a solution. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well, finally, my scanners have slowed down. I mean, this one is still pretty active, but well, here's another one showing up here, guys. PYXS, PYXS, and this one is starting to run here. Not a low float, 50 million in the float. See if there's any news on this one. In a moment, as I move this down. Yeah, you can also see the stock name here. If this is not clear enough, I actually wish I could. I don't have the control to change the color of this. You're right. It probably would stand out a lot better on this black background. Maybe it was another color, but news is NUZE doing its thing again. I don't see news halted here. I don't see it. Why don't I see it? Well, it's not halted now, so it did really, really, because I don't see it here. I don't see it on my list of halt stocks, and it certainly had the volume. So interesting. If you saw it in this halt, you have this scan, and it showed up there, Jim, because it's certainly trading now. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I thought you meant. I thought you were talking about NUZE. Excuse me. Oh man, fortunes have been made today, guys, on drug. Not my fortune, unfortunately. I had my finger on the submit button for 200 shares right at, I know we don't talk about shares, but I mean, 200 shares right here. I'm like, okay, let's see what could happen. That was in the pre-market. Okay, guys. So again, my scanner has really slowed down now, so which is a good thing. I'm glad I was so frantic at the beginning. Well, not well, maybe. Let me see if I can. I don't think I can, Pepe, because this was created for me a long time ago. Okay, the size. You guys don't have the control. And many years ago, I said, I want. Can we make this bigger? So they created something just for me, a custom for me, so I could have this size. Okay, and I didn't think I could change the color, but let's see. Maybe I can. I know I can't change the size, but okay, just give me one moment, please. All right. Well, maybe. Okay, I'll check that chart style color. Okay. So watermark color. Well, let's see. I don't have anything in here. So what am I doing wrong? Don't tell me you guys have this drop down. It's not giving me. It's not giving me a palette. I don't think so. I think I looked at that a long time ago because I thought the same thing. That I'd like to have something maybe a yellow or something that would really stand out. Okay. Yeah. No. Maybe it's it'll come later, but yeah. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:03. So today is Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. So Andy should be taking over for me, and I was really hoping this would happen for Andy. I call Andy Mr. China because he loves China stocks. And so now the China stocks are starting to drift a little bit, but had the big pop in the pre-market. Looks like the stimulus is back. Or the government made an announcement about the stimulus. So China market's up 4.5%. K-Web is anyway. Well, there's another one that's moving, guys. STSS is moving. STSS is moving, and big pop here. But the problem I would have with it is that when you look left, yeah, the high is too close. So consequently, it becomes something I don't want to trade. And I can also see that, sometimes this cloud formation can cover up the symbol. That's why I don't like it on the, but not on the daily chart. So I actually ask some of your trade ideas. Oops, no, 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 don't pin it. Give me a moment, guys. But okay, actually, Pepe, that's not really the watermark, though, is it? Isn't this the watermark? The trade ideas? Isn't that it? So the symbol is not really the watermark. Am I wrong? Because I can see why they don't. I mean, they want. I guess that's what they want as the watermark color. But isn't that the watermark, the trade ideas logo here? Or does that also refer to the symbol itself? Both. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Well, guess what? Hands up. What I'm talking about. What am I talking about? Nope. Free trade ideas for a year for whoever guesses it. No, I'm kidding, of course, but Penny, you mentioned Grove a little while ago. Nope. Random Canadian stuff. No, no, no. We're talking stocks, guys. No, 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 no. I'm talking about a very specific symbol. Just goes to show you guys don't listen to me. That's fine. Well, you guys are very disappointing to me. I think I'll just put myself on mute for the rest of the day. You obviously don't listen to me, so I'm very upset. And of course, I'm just kidding. In case somebody's listening to this and going, wow, that guy, what's wrong with that guy? And there are other things wrong with me, but not that. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to tell you, guys, I was talking about CLPT. I was talking about this one. I don't know where it's going to go from here, but I mean, it's made a nice move. I was talking about this one, and I told you I took it. So, telling you guys, you know, get this one up and running for the next, I don't know, at least 2 months, maybe longer. I don't know, but certainly during earnings season. Okay. No, no, no. I know. I know. I've been talking about drug all week. But guys, I mean, remember I looked left, couldn't see anything for about 5 years. Yeah, I'm watching it very closely right now because it's sitting just over 14. I'd like to see that bid ask catch up a little bit. 1402, 1413. Okay, no, Holly cannot do automated trading. Okay. Question our YouTube room by Fong. Holly cannot do automated trading. We eliminated that option probably 2 years ago, at least a year ago. You want to automate, if you want to auto trade, you will have to create your own strategy. Okay. And then you can auto trade it, but we do not. Well, Fong, I'll tell you what, if you have no knowledge about trading, then consequently, even auto trading would never be the way to go. Okay. There's no magic money in auto trading, in my opinion. But what I would do is this: if you have no knowledge about trading, none, zero, then I'm going to give you something that you might want to take a look at. Okay, and click on my homepage link. And when you do that, see Trading 101. This is a whole series of videos. I think there are about 38 of them, which you can take a look at. This is designed for people that have no knowledge of trading, brand new. Okay. Because if you don't have any knowledge about trading, you know, the scans that I've got, even our AI, it won't help you at all. You have to have some idea about when you click on an alert, what is the chart telling you? Okay, so what I would do is take a look at this Trading 101. It's free. All right, guys. Okay, 11:13. So I'm going to. Andy, maybe you're listening to me because I was just going to ask Andy if he's in today, and I don't know if he's listening to me, but he just popped in or not popped into the room, but in our Slack thread, he said it is him today. So Andy will be taking over for me in about 45 minutes. Okay, in our YouTube room, I do take a break for about an hour. I take a break from talking on the mic. I don't really take a break, but Okay, here's another one that's going, guys. QBTS. Now on the maybe not enough room. QBTS. When I look left, 20 cents. I mean, if you took it at 120 and I got to 140, obviously that'd be all okay. But I look at this week monthly chart. Looks like there's too much resistance around 140. Yeah, so it's not going to happen, Fong. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Okay, we used to allow, but what we found is that if you just completely automate the AI, I mean, the AI has decent alerts, okay, but the ability to trade them and not just rely on a system to get you out, is would be the way to go. And how to trade them, of course, you have to have some trading experience. I'd love to be able to say, yeah, just turn it on, count your money at the end of the day. I'd love to be able to say that, but unfortunately, it's not true. All right, guys, RGTI. This is just making a new high here. Looking left on the monthly chart, it's got a little bit of room on the monthly chart, 141. So yeah, RGTI's got some room. The big float, 142 million in the float, if that's correct. That's a big move, 21% with that sort of a float. William, do you have shorts available for VTAC? I'm just talking like Fidelity or E-Trade. Are there shorts available for VTAC, VTAK? The reason I'm asking is, I mean, our AI has that as a short, but, I mean, I can't short it. And we're just wondering, those of you with E-Trade or Fidelity or some other broker, I'm not talking Centerpoint or Trade Zero or Cobra, maybe the ones that really specialize in having shorts for just about anything, but just more, I call them more traditional brokers, but just looking to see if VTAC, VTAK is available to short. Because while it looks wonderful in our AI, to be up 18% on shorting it, I'm just wondering how many people can actually take advantage of it. No shorts at Fidelity. How about E-Trade? Anybody with E-Trade? Well, yeah, Penny, I know that. We all know that. Contract will be, yeah, I'm talking about available immediately. Because if it can't be found immediately, if you're day trading, it's useless. No, it's okay, Penny. It's okay. Yeah, I figured Trade Zero, I figured Centerpoint, and I figured Cobra probably has shorts available. Those are the ones that kind of specialize in having shorts for just about anything. as opposed to drug, which had IB, which is a darn good thing, not available for short sale. Okay, that is drug. Not, they wouldn't even try to find shorts available for you. And if you're going to say, yeah, too bad, because what an awesome short that would have been at 70. You know what? You are absolutely right. But I'm sure a lot of people thought maybe here would have been on that awesome short at 39, at 46, at 52, at 57, at 64. Sure, looks after the fact, it looks, wow, how obvious was that to short at 70? Yeah, so Mini, the question is there an alert for every time Holly picks a new stock to trade for long-term plays? So if you're talking about the long-term Holly, the only way that makes it in, okay? So these are the current AI plays, right? The Holly plays today. The only way, say for instance, let's take a look at sand as an example, okay? So no, the AI, the Holly long term, as you're calling it, will not know if this is going to be a long term play until it closes today. Okay. And the only way it becomes a long term play is if it closes above the entry price. Now, doesn't mean you have to take it, of course, but then it will make it into that list. All the stocks that are in the Holly long play are previous AI alerts that are still above the entry price. So obviously, we can't know right now, for instance, is this going to be above the entry price at the end of the day? We can't know that, right? Right now. Does that make sense? So it's not like, okay, here's an alert and we think this is going to be a long-term play. No, we can't. Any one of these, we can't know until it closes, and then it would show up tomorrow being Monday, in the long term. Now, you don't have to take the trade, of course, but because there's no guarantee that on Monday it doesn't gap down immediately. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, I'll re-explain it. Yeah, look at this market guy. So I think William, you said something about Putin here. Maybe you made some comments or something. So that kind of drove the market down for a bit. And then we have but it's, market doesn't care. Market just doesn't care about anything other than right now anyway, about making new highs. Interesting. So Mihal in our YouTube room says Trade Zero has none available for VTAC, but maybe they've been absorbed, because RJ in our main room says Trade Zero has them. So now what I'm doing with this is I'm going to take a look at some of the ones that didn't move immediately, okay, from this 10-day daily breakout, and see if later on they do at the alert price. So for instance, Aura, I'll put an alert right here, 12:30. That was the alert price. And see if later on it takes it out. No more now. Okay, so that must have been snapped up, RJ. Yeah, so when you posted, there were, and then Mayhal, uh, literally a minute later. Me more guys. Yeah, I figured Cobra. Thank you, Jason. I figured Cobra would have them and Center Point. Give me one moment, guys. All right, now I can take a look at this INHD. I'm sorry, uh, Captain. You mentioned this one a long time ago, or somebody mentioned it a long time ago, and I think I got halted. You get halted. Yeah, I got halted earlier. So low float, 1 million in the float, a little over a million in the float, and let's see if there's anything going on with it. I don't see any headline on it. Well, I was wrong about the Tiger, guys. Well, is it still up? Yeah, so it looks like the China market is now, you can see the China market is really starting to drift down again. I mentioned Tiger earlier as maybe if the China market remains strong, the Tiger could be the one because, look what happened when that China market was strong. If you see my daily chart, every single day, and it seemed to hold their gains every day until the overall China market dropped, of course. But my guess is that KWEB is doing the same thing. You can see KWEB is doing the same thing. So China market is starting to give it up. All right, QNRX. QNRX. So this is just over $1, guys. Now, wow, look at the room this has got. I usually discount these that are just breaking over $1, but look at the room this has got on the monthly chart anyway. We're talking $6. I'm not saying it's going to get to six, but let's see how well it holds $1. That's QNRX. QNRX showing up right here in the race. Okay, QNRX. Now, okay, the 200-day is far enough away. 128. Yeah, IB is awesome. IB is awesome for the short. Well, the ability to see how many shorts, and then you can see them as they're being snapped up, assuming there are shorts available. Don't do this. All right, guys, QNRX. Now, if you took it, just be aware of this, okay? Just be aware of this. This meaning the 200-day moving average. I've taken some off, okay, because I don't know if it's going to be able to get through that 200-day moving average. And the reason I'm doing this is that I'm fed up with myself for not taking these ones that break over $1. I've seen these ones that break over $1 that just rip, and it's my bias really about not doing it. So I thought, okay, just do it this time. What's the worst that can happen? It was back down to $1. I get out. But now here's your 200-day moving average right there at one, and it just got halted. So I took some off, but I still have some. And now maybe this is about the 10th time this year I'm in a stock that's been halted. But I'm glad I took some off just in case. Whew. Well, IB definitely releases it. There's no question. IB, when they become available again, they show up again. Absolutely. Now here's another one, guys. Now I don't know if I want to do it. See, this doesn't have as much room. Well, maybe it does. There's QUBT. Okay, QUBT is trying to get over a dollar. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is $1.03. Would have to take that out, but then the next high on the monthly chart, way up here at 132. The big float though, 65 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. And there is some news. Well, there was some news yesterday. It was awarded the fifth project for NASA to develop quantum sensing solutions, etc. So there was some news yesterday on this QUBT. I'd be embarrassed at E-Trade to say that, to actually tell a customer that. I mean, for what purpose? I mean, obviously the purpose is they don't want you to short, I guess, but so I'll just put this one up here just for fun to see if this moves. Okay, so here's OKLO. Again, this is if you have interactive brokers and you want this little screen that I have up all the time on my other monitor, it shows you how many shorts are available. So if you do a search, I believe it's SLB, and see how it just changed. You see how that just changed from 203,000 to 190. See how it's changing. So there are some shorts being snapped up right now at Interactive Brokers. Now, if there's some covering that's going to take place, you'll see this increase. And that's the way it should be with every broker, in my opinion. So again, if you have Interactive Brokers, just in your search, just search for SLB. Okay. And that's why you always hear me say I take a look to see if there are any shorts available for a particular stock. Now, sometimes you get the message like this that says this contract will be available for short sale if the shares can be located. That means that they'll try, but if they're trying to short something right now, obviously I'm not going to wait. All right, guys. So let's see, how long a halt is this? 11:30. So 11:35 plus 16 seconds. If it's about 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 seconds from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Well, if you have, well, Penny, you'll see that it'll change. Assuming like OKLO, if you bring up OKLO and you've got that box, you'll see that that number will change as people are either shorting or covering. So look at OKLO as an example, and you will see that that number will change. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. Wow, that was a good. I'm out of it. I'll take a look at it again if it breaks over 120, which it might. So I'm glad I took some up just before that halt. But I'm going to put an alert right up here. But you see that it's got to take out that 200-day moving average. And even if it did that, while it's a monthly chart, I'm looking at a daily chart, the next high is still far enough away, but it's got to take out that 200-day moving average. Well, if the number goes higher, that means people are covering in theory, right? So I mean, they're adding. So how do you add to the short? Well, you're covering your position. So here, right now, for OKLO, I'm just talking to Penny in our YouTube room, but others might. You have interactive brokers. So right now, there are 195,000 shares available. If that moves up, that means that 196. That in theory means somebody covered. There's some covering that's taking place. So adding back into the short allotment. If it starts to drop, that means people are snapping these up to short. Okay. What's really cool is some of the ones that don't have that many shorts. You see maybe 32,000 shorts, and all of a sudden they all get snapped up, not available to short, and then you see them come back. Ooh, I got a little jumpy on this one, QNRX. Well, I'm not in it anymore, but there's absolutely critical to get through that 200-day moving average. Ooh, okay, guys, it's now 11:38, so in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Andy will be taking over for me. Mr. China, as I call him, he's not going to be that happy now that the China stocks are starting to drift down. Oh no, did I miss one? All right, here's another one showing up, but I don't like it. On the 10-day daily breakout, guys. BAER is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. It is a 10-day daily breakout, but looking left on the monthly chart, well, actually, that's far enough away. 360 on the monthly chart. I mean, that's certainly far enough away from 325. So, coming a mini candidate for me to take a look at now. What's the float? 19 million in the float. So what's Greek to you, Rich? Like the float? I mean, we talk about the float all the time and why it's important. It's not no, this is my top list right here. And as I said, you can create your own top list, of course, but this is my top list it's running on. Okay. So it's just running on this. Stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares min, up 2% from yesterday's close. And then I want to see the stocks that are moving the most from the start of the race. It's really that simple. But you can run it. You can run a top. You can run. Well, they only have six symbols in here, but I can increase the number of symbols, I suppose. But you can run a race on any top list that you want. Oh, glad to hear the Renee team in our YouTube room. ASM, guys. ASM is on the move here on this monthly chart. Can't see anything. Oh, okay, gold and silver. Yeah. So I saw that gold hit a new high today. So I don't trade gold and silver just because I just don't like trading things that are so tied in to the sector. Okay. That's just my personal deal. So that's why I typically don't trade oil stocks or energy stocks or gold or silver stocks unless the stock has something specific, like some specific news. That's why I don't want to trade the China stocks if it is going down unless the stock has some specific news, in which case it may not matter what the sector is doing. Oh, geez, this QNRX, what a choppy was this? It almost got right back down to $1. It's butting its head right up against that 200 day. Okay, now this one was crazy yesterday, guys. UPXI was crazy yesterday. If you can see my 15-minute chart, you notice that it appeared to get up to $9, and there was some volume on that bar, but I don't know how much of the volume was up here. And then it did nothing for the rest of the day. It just it really did nothing. Now it's trying to have a little bit of a move. Okay, so it's a low float, low float, and it just got. Oh, I thought. Okay, well, this one got halted. I haven't seen this one for a while. Wasn't this an IPO? Yeah, this was an IPO last month, XCH, but it's halted on the way down. Okay, is the market slowing right now because of Fed speeches? I don't know. You mean slow, like not moving higher or lower? I mean, it's Friday, also coming into Friday afternoon. Who is talking now? Well, nobody's talking. In theory, nobody's talking right now. At 12:10 and 12:30, we've got a couple of them talking. So it's not quite there. They're not talking yet anyway. Or are you suggesting they're going to slowing down because they want to hear what they're going to say? I don't know. I really don't know. CVS, guys, CVS was a gap down and go. So if you took this one right off the bat, this was just getting gap. Well, not right off the bat. Right here, actually, right here in market open, it's been basically sliding down. Well, you don't. The pre-market list, and every one of them was a banger. How do you know which ones to choose? Well, when you say they were a banger, were they a banger from when the market opened also? Because they're not all. They're all still up, probably. Well, you mean on the open? They all gapped up, like from the opening. Well, I mean, it's fairly simple. I mean, how I choose them, it's just I got my two scans that I look at, or two top lists that I look at. The pre-market actives up, the pre-market actives down. And a lot of times when I'm looking at, because there are a lot on the list, of course, and so I'm looking at the ones that are up the most, and then I'm kind of looking left to say, well, if where could these go if once the market opens, where could they keep going? But they don't. They don't. I mean, believe me, they don't all just gap up and keep going. I wish it were that simple. And to be honest, it's not like the market has really helped that much. Well, yeah, Netflix. I mean, sure. But Netflix could have just as easily dropped, right? I mean, I didn't know it was going to do this, but Netflix, it came out with great subscriber numbers. I guess they added a lot more than the market thought they would. I'm assuming that because I mean to be up 10% with that float is awesome. So guys, I'm out of the CLPT, okay, but I'm actually looking maybe later on in the day to get back in because it still has some room. So the CLPT, it was a nice So got up to 14.15. As it started to filter down to the 14 level, I decided to, you know, lighten the load and then get out. But I'm still interested in this one later on in the day. I'm using that 10-day daily breakout as a watch list, okay, for the day too. And I'm doing that because it still has room. Okay, when you look left on the monthly chart, it still has room to move if it wants to. Well, this one just got added here. Ooh, LXEO. Man, it's got room. Look at the monthly chart on this one. Maybe I have to go to a weekly chart to see if there's anything a little closer that could stop it. No. Boy, this is a good candidate, guys. I wish I weren't going on my break because I don't know if I want to, excuse me, take something. It's 32 million in the float. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? 956, and it's got the room. But I'm not sure I want to take it now because I'm going to be going on my break, and my break is sacred. You could say, well, don't take your break. Well, I take my break. So we don't get too many in this, and here's the main reason is this. So not only does it have to be a 10-day high above the 10-day range, okay, that's number one. But this is it. The current volume has to be at least 8. Okay, so not that's extraordinary volume. So we're not getting too many in here, but that's the goal, not to have so many that you get overwhelmed. And look on the way down, hardly any. The Magpie certainly was one, and again, we would have seen this earlier. I upped the price range to 75. So if you've taken this breakdown I've upped the price range to 75, so we would have seen the magpie around 65 right here in this level right here. And CVS we would have seen earlier also. Of course, when the market's doing what it's doing, most like so many like, making new highs every day, it seems. You're not going to get as many on the 10-day daily breakdown. But when we get into earnings season in a big way, we will see a lot more in here. And I might have to even up the filters because I don't want to see like 30 stocks in here because, on the 10-day daily breakout, we'll probably get a lot more. Well, we will get a lot more because you have to think of it this way. When a company releases earnings, be they good or bad, a lot of times they'll have a nice gap and that'll be like at a 10-day high immediately. And the volume, the relative volume is usually pretty high because especially some of these companies that we don't really see until like only once every 3 months when they release earnings, and that's the day they can have their volume explode. All right, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do right now, just put the announcement in. I'll still be here until Andy shows up. And oh boy, there goes the bear. Not in it. So back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, I'm not done yet, of course, but what I also want to do is in the main room, put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Mr. China and Andy Lindloff himself, and he'll be all, I'm sure he loves his China. Oops, wrong link, wrong link. Oh man, yeah, how good? How good was this been? I didn't take it. 327 for Bear. I did not take it. 327, mainly because I was getting close to my break. 327, 350 now. Now, at this point, it looks like it could be over for a while anyway. Look left on that weekly chart. So, Rich, when you talk about charts, I have a very super simple style of trading, and all I do is, if I want to take a trade, the only way I'm going to take a trade is if I look left on a daily chart or a weekly chart, and I see for what I consider enough room to move before it hits that next high. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but at least what I like to do is take out one reason why a stock won't keep going keep going higher if I'm going long out of the equation, and that is chart resistance. Does it work all the time? Of course not. And sometimes if I see chart resistance very close and I don't take the trade, it doesn't mean it's going to bomb right through that. But I have to have a trading plan style, if you will, and that's my style. I will not take the trade unless I see enough room. So this is interesting stats that you guys, I think you and Captain are pumping up, not pumping, but indicating Bear like 75% inside ownership for Bear as an example. And that seems to have maybe an effect. So we actually have a filter for that. I just don't know how, up to date it is all the time. So we have two held by insiders and held by institutions. Is that what you're looking at? William, are you looking at this, that filter that we've got? I mean, obviously, looking at the SEC filings and all, that will give you 100% of that. That'll give you the right figure, I guess, but is this I just don't know how often that is upgraded for us. So what could be interesting when we see in the momentum scan is just adding that as a column and just seeing what that ownership number is. Well, you know what? I'm going to be doing a reboot anyway of a trade ideas. So why don't I do that right now just for fun? Just add it as a column. Oops. So I'm going to lose all the now. Yeah, there you go. So you must be using ours, right? 75.83 or something else. Did you use another site? I guess my question is, I want to see how accurate this is. Oh, up above. Sorry, up above, up above. How far up above do I have to go? Oh, I was in the wrong tab. I see. Okay, well that's cool then. If you're using FinViz, so obviously this data is the same. So I guess the line now is okay. If we see a high insider percentage owned, then does that make it more viable? All right, guys, just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, so he's not there quite yet. So for you, it means don't short it. Okay. So even this one is starting to move, guys. I'm not going to take it because I'm going to be on my break, but look at the LXEO on the 10-day daily breakout. Starting to move a little bit here. 956 was the alert. We're at nine. We got up to 970 or so. And again, you look left and look at the weekly chart. Has room. 1083. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's how I look at things. And I hear a little pop. Just give me a moment, Andy. Okay, so guys, Andy just showed up in our YouTube room. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 p.m. Eastern time, about an hour from now. So I'm muting myself. And now I can welcome Mr. China himself, who's not as happy as it was maybe in the pre-market, but nonetheless, Andy Lindloff, how are you today?
Doing good, Barry. How are you?
I'm well, I'm well.
Yes, I've learned my lesson. I picked up a lot of that stuff yesterday. Or I say a lot. I picked up some like China because it pulled back to a level that I liked. But yeah, scalped most of it up because a lot of times
Okay.
it'll get hit over here pretty good. But anyway, buddy, sorry I'm a little bit late. Had to go get me some hot tea. Kind of nursing like a cold or something. Yeah.
No, okay. Well, you should get your, I know you guys won't, but get your flu shot or
Yeah.
I know
There you
you.
go.
I know you won't. I'm not
No.
gonna bring that up. Actually, to be honest, I'm getting my flu, not COVID, but just the flu shot this afternoon. I've had one. I used to get colds a couple of times a year, and since about 2015, my doctor basically jabbed me, and he said, "You need a flu shot every year." I'm not kidding. I haven't had a. Maybe it's a complete and utter coincidence, but I haven't had a serious cold for 9 years now. It might be a complete and utter
It
coincidence,
could,
but
yeah, it could be.
but
That's a man. That's a nice run, man.
it's a nice run, and I'm telling you, I used to, sometimes in this room, I'd be just in the days I did not want to be here. But anyway, I digress. But I know it can be controversial subject, so I will not. But we're not talking COVID. We're just talking just the old flu shot that
I
have
got
been
you.
around for years. Okay, Andy, and I'll try to get back about 5 2, so we can talk
No,
a
no,
little bit
yeah,
about.
whatever. Take your full hour if you want to. So,
Well,
but
no, we
we
got to
can.
talk NFL. We've got to
Well,
talk a
you can
little
you can come
NFL.
you can come an hour from now. We'll still talk NFL. So,
Okay, you're right.
all right, buddy.
Okay. Okay, Andy.
Bye
Bye-bye.
bye. All right, guys. Hello, welcome to the support session. My name is Andy. If we've never met, pardon me today. If I go on mute a couple of times, I'm nursing, like I said, a little cough or something, but nothing major. Uh, but yeah, if you have any questions regarding the software, this is the place to come and ask them, and I'll do my best to get an answer for you there. But other than that, we'll definitely talk stocks. We'll definitely talk market. You guys want to pick my brain on anything? I'll go over some of the stuff I've been doing lately. I tell you, I'm liking this path. Is one. I'm in this, and I'm looking to add. It's finally breaking out of this range here. If I can show it to you, it's PATH. This was my trigger. I bought a little bit earlier, 94. Gonna watch it here, see if it can. And of course, this would be like a swing trade for me. But you can see it's been in this. Let me kill all of my price alerts so we can get a better look at this. And then I'll talk about that K-Web and Alibaba for sure. But this has been on my list for a while now, this PATH, and you can just see on the a lot of the ARC stocks have had a nice move. This is one that hasn't, and it has been basing now for a very, very long time. Looks like about oh gosh, for almost 5 months. We're trying to now. This was their last earnings. Had a nice gap up, but it got slammed, which I thought were good earnings, but obviously didn't help it. So that's the big number of this range, I guess. Or somebody could argue this level right here, the previous high. But nonetheless, I do like this path. Now, getting back to KWeb, yeah, kind of frustrating. It did get a big gap up today, and I did sell a good portion of mine and took some profits. I had bought yesterday at the close. I just kind of thought it was way overdone from what it was trading in China. The averages over there look nothing like the charts here. So I picked up some of that. I picked up some Baidu down here off the 50, and This one I didn't sell any and actually just added to it right about here when it came down and touched this 10 period moving average. But I don't know if I'm going to keep that. But Punit, it's a tough market to trade, especially when they start trading off all the news over there as far as government subsidies and liquidity being added to the. I would prefer to trade them when they're not doing that. I still think a lot of them are undervalued, but that's I don't trade based off my fundamental opinions. That's for sure. But I'm trying to see. Really like Amazon. Amazon, I've been kind of pounding the table on this, and this is what I kind of like about it. I did just sell half of it when it came up to this level, just because I had pretty decent size. But look at this nice little wedge it's breaking out of. And I'm going to show you something. The reason I love wedges, and I'm going to show you one here in a minute. See how it just broke out of that wedge today? So this could be, especially if it takes out these highs over here, this could be off to the races. That Amazon, nice pattern there. And if you look at the Nvidia, it is going to be a very similar pattern going back over here. You can see the wedge that was developing right around. Well, actually, there was two. There was tight right here, and I did buy that breakout and took my profits. Now, what I didn't do is get back in, but I didn't care for that pullback. But nonetheless, you can see it was in a beautiful wedge right here. All right. Do you think they're good? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. The way I trade China is usually I look for setups and or pullbacks that because I know when these things bounce, they get an incredible run. Uh, I just didn't have the. Let me show you one right here. Was you know Neo yesterday. I had bought this right off the 50 or the 200. Actually, it pulled back. This is not trading well at all. Let's see. Yeah, they're having a hard time. They definitely seem to get hit over here. This PDD pulled back to a level right there at the. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let me get rid of that. So this would have been a good entry yesterday, right off the 50. So that's kind of things that I look for when I'm looking to buy pullbacks. Actually, I kind of like the little bounce there. Came back, almost went flat on the day, and now pop. Check out K Web, see what it's doing. It's digging in, but not. Let me just finish up on my trades here. Uh, Bitfarm was one. I scalped out about a half of it or a third of it, a fifth of it to be exactly. But this is one that was lagging the others. Little Bitcoin miner. Now the chart is terrible, but I played it more of a sympathy play because the other ones were going. Been in Mara for a while. It looks like they're getting tired along with Bitcoin. May have to take some more off here. I think I will. Yeah, I'm gonna let it breathe a little bit. It's not like Bitcoin is falling out of bed. All right. Do you think? Let's see. You have so many scanners. Do you have a layout somewhere in Portal? Can you please share? Yeah, I can. The only thing is, on the only thing, uh, learn you is there's a lot of windows too on my other screen. Now, some of these are gonna have to have you're gonna have to have watch list. I mean, I'll be happy to share it. You're gonna get a lot of good windows, but maybe like this sector analysis, you're gonna need a watch list for. My China watcher, you'll need a watch list for. You'll have to email me because I can't drop a list in this chat. There'll be all the symbols will be jumbled together, and it's hard to make sense of them. So I will share this, but let me see, save and share this entire layout. But there's a lot of good windows on here that you don't need a watch list for. So you can just decide if you want to use the sector watch list, or you might not even want to use the China watcher. But let me save and share. I'll call it Andy's layout. So yeah, it's telling me I use a couple, so what I just told you, it uses a custom symbol list. But there you have it. China's trying to dig in now after gapping up over 6%. Like to see this Baidu. That's what you want to see, a nice little bar reversal here. See if we can get going. Now, I want to see Path hold this 9 cent level. This was the high, so we'll see if it can or not. And then yesterday at the open, I put in some hedges on some SPXX. Pretty much bought, down here, put a market order in. Not sure why I think I got filled better in my other account. And then FAS just pretty much flat on this one. Once again, a better feel in my other account than I got in here, but just a little hedge just in case this market doesn't want to keep going higher. All right, let me see. You're welcome, Punit. Good question. My style is I look for a setup, and let me think of an example here. Uh, a lot depends on the market, but like this path. Okay, for example, this path is one that I took bought earlier at uh, 96 cents. All right, so this is one, that is trying to break out of basically a long-term base near all-time lows. Okay, this is something that I would be looking to maybe scalp out some pretty quick. Hoping it can get back up to this high. That's the next high, so I'm hoping it can get up here to maybe 1403. Uh, Also looking to add more to this because it's just now trying to break through. Now, if it falls back and fails here, I definitely won't be adding. I'd like to see it hold above, this high going back over here for hopefully several hours, and then maybe I would consider, adding. If it falls back into the range, there's no way, I'm looking to add if it does that. I want it out of this range. So I don't have a big position right now. Now, this is one where typically my average, I'm gonna say the meat of my trade will last 3 to 5 days. Now, I may hold on to some shares for, you know, after that, it could be 3 months, but it would be a small portion. In other words, I look to make the meat of the trade, because what happens typically when you're looking at setups, you'll get the biggest move will come in the first typically 3 days. And after that, it'll start waffling around back and forth. I'm gonna give you a good example of one that, you know, Nvidia, you had a nice little breakout, right here of this kind of wedge, and it went, 3 days, basically from where I bought at 115 to, went about what 10 points. And then it just kind of got tired, started backing and filling. I want to be out of my most of my trade at that point. I don't want to be guessing how far it's going to pull back. That's just my style. There's nothing worse than having, a nice little trade and then, going back to flat. Uh, so I would say probably 75% of my trades I exit within 3 to 5 days, and then I'll hang on to, uh, maybe 25% of it until it breaks down. In other words, it breaks some key moving average, especially breaks the trend. I don't like when they break trends. I'm trying to find another example of, and then sometimes if nothing happens, like this raw stores I bought on this gap fill down. Now this was, and unfortunately I'm out of this. And this is one I didn't hold on to because I was in down here around 140. Had earnings on this day. And this is kind of what you see in this market. And I'm going to start focusing more on this. These sectors that get beat up. I mean, this had what appeared to be great earnings on this day right here. Look how hard it sold off. I'm starting to look for these stocks that do this, and kind of like Path is doing, hopefully doing now, uh, because it'll drive you crazy. If people that jumped in this thing off of earnings thinking they're good, they probably held it all the way through this mess, and I would never do that. But so I look for a lot of times for beaten up stocks that I thought had good earnings, and look from the base and then enter the trade. And this was a really good trade for me, but unfortunately, I sold it. I sold it 2 days ago or 3 days ago because I thought it was going to get here, running into these moving averages, and look at it, it's even higher now. You're welcome, learn you. But keep in mind, a lot of it has to do with the market. Like right now, with the market waffling at all-time highs, I'm more of a scalper. Okay. Now, if you've had a big pullback in the market or coming out of a bear market, excuse me, let me get some tea. Then I may be looking to add smaller size but hold for a long time. But oh, excuse me, get a little cough drop. All right, Spy's getting a little lift here, but getting back to that, so it all depends, kind of on the market for me, or maybe the position where I'm buying a stock like that Raw Stores. Uh, that was just dumb of me for selling my last little bit there. There was no reason to. Just because it's running into resistance doesn't mean it's going to turn around and go lower. But I'm typically Steve and I used to do a service. I think I've talked about this where people would be able to follow our trades. They would hook their account to our account, and we called it like riding the wave. We'd look for a setup. We had hit it for about 3 days, and that's when you get the meat of the move. And these setups would typically, get like 10 to 15% moves, in 3 days. And then typically what we'll do is ride the wave, jump off and then look for the next setup. Yeah, those I've made some really good money off those SMRs, NNE yesterday. I like buying those on pullbacks though. I don't like chasing. They're too hard. I mean, look what SMR did today. It just a nasty move there. If you're chasing breaking out highs, just whoosh, I like to buy things more in a setup than just chasing extended candles. Get you in trouble. Who knows, how long you can ride them there, Punit. I mean, I feel like these are kind of spec plays. Very little revenues right now, if any, and I think uh, a lot of shorting going on. So, y'all, excuse me, I'm sorry. So I prefer to catch these things, off moving averages or breaking out, from a setup versus chasing these. They could just keep going, but I don't like the risk, buying these things. I mean, basically, this thing's doubled, in a 6 weeks. Yeah, yeah. Citron and muddy waters, they can definitely muddy some waters if you're in a trade. Those kind of places should be outlawed along with analysts. And path is still kind of moving higher. Not crazy volume, that's for sure, but still pushing higher there. Yeah, okay, Baidu is getting so far a good nice entry on that pullback. K-Web's kind of popping up against back above its moving average. I'm tempted to try some Neo right here. I like how that's pulled back. Trying a little bit of that Neo. Yeah, that rum, you know what? That was one I day traded. I played it on this day. I think I sold the last somewhere up here, not the top, but I think, yeah, that it had a little head fake today. You can see I have an alert down there at the 50 period moving average. If it comes back to there, yeah, what's DJT doing? Is it pulling back as well? No, it's kind of hanging on there. I did try some Intel. Is it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Just see, thinking it could get back above these two moving averages, the 10 and the 20 might go, but man, this thing's been stuck in the mud. Put alert back in that Amazon if it goes. Yeah, I got one in there. Tesla's man just cannot get out of this range. I think I've been in this thing for 5 days. Just cannot get in and get out of this range. I've scalped out of some, you can see, but just can't do it. Guess it's going to hang out in this range. Earnings next week, so I'm not sure it'll do anything. This AI is an interesting chart. Just kind of pinched right now between its 10 and its 200 day. Boy, anybody trying to short this market. Yeah, in this path, this is where I'd like it to go, and then try to pull back and catch this 10 period moving average and hold that level at oh 09. Let's see, do we have any post-market top list or alert? Yeah, we have a post-market channel. If you want to go to the channel, it's called After Hours. There's some ones in there. I can share an after hours earnings one. This is only really the only one I use. Uh, Now you can go and take out the earnings date filter, and it would work the same. But it's just a top list that looks that has a sort from post market change. Anyway, I'll sell it, share it here just in case you want to look at it after hours earnings. It's good during the earnings season. Sorry, I was reading a Slack. Yeah, that's going to be for after hours only. Uh, there should be some symbols in there right now. I mean, let me pull it up. Oh, probably there's probably not going to be on a Friday afternoon. Yeah, there's not going to be anybody having earnings. Okay, so if you went through, did historical date, and put it on yesterday, You would have Netflix. This, of course, this was yesterday before the earnings, but in in after hours, you would see these things showing post market that's sorted by post market, change in post market. And once again, this thing would work if you just took out the filter for earnings date. See, this has to be an earnings date after hours. So if you took that out, it's going to work for you know any stocks that are moving in after hours. But yeah, there's not going to be any earnings typically on a Friday afternoon. Amazon. Once again, just if you learn to identify, and doesn't necessarily mean they're going to work, but anytime you see a stock like this that normally, has a pretty good range of movement, start to tighten up like this, they typically can have a really nice move out of those wedges. Let's take a look at some of the other. Yeah, Baba's not. It didn't have the pullback like some of the other ones did, but that's a little concerning. As Baba could potentially be going to lows. Like to keep when I see the moves in the China stocks, I'll definitely want to see what the big boys are doing. Alibaba's one of them. PDD is one of them. NetEase, and this one's just kind of a different animal. So I'll probably be looking to see. Baidu had a much bigger pullback than Alibaba. Market's not doing a whole lot. There's some nice moves out there, especially like in the Bitcoins. There's some nice gap ups in the China, but they're silver, man. Silver's it's always concerning when you got silver and gold at 52-week highs. No, I guess silver's close, but Do you have any PDFs of all alerts and filters fields and its definition? Not a PDF, but the easiest thing to do is just go to, uh, our resource, our help resource when it comes to filters. So in other words, just go in here. Let's say we don't have it in a PDF. I'm sorry, but just whatever you want to look up. Let's see. Let's say you want to look up, uh, trading below. So you just click on that and then click on the help, and it's going to pull up and tell you all about it. Now, once you get in here, uh, you could search, through search stocks. No, that's not what you want. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can search actually through here, but you can definitely just plug in anything that you want to see, that you have a question about, and just hit that help menu, and it's going to pull up that page for you. But I'm sorry, yeah, we don't have that. We don't have it in PDF form. But I think that's even better. PDF, you'd have to just kind of scroll through and look at it. This way, you just put it whatever you're looking for in the search terms, and it'll pull up that help page for you and explain everything about any alert and any filter that we have. The traders here, we spent a lot of time building that. It wasn't just traders, it was everybody. DXYZ. Let's see that here in Barry. Yeah. Spies back to highs. You can see my hedges turning red. And financials just won't stop. Yeah, Trader 77. Steve likes trading that PSLV. Is TI paper trade work after? Yeah, yeah, but you just have to do limit orders, and that goes for any. If you're trading through your broker, nobody accepts market orders in after or post market or pre market. Sorry. So so yeah, just when you're placing your order, just make sure you go down here and change the market to limit. And yes, the paper trader works great. I enter a lot of trades in pre market, so Amazon next high would be right here. Where it's at almost. And it gets through that. Okay, let's draw another trend line. See, always, Peter, are you in here? You're always asking me about trend lines. Let's take a look at this right here. Okay, so we got another one pretty much right there. So all you need is a couple of points to create a trend line. Yeah, I'm not liking these things. Are going to sell off more. Probably take some off of this Baidu if it can't hold this moving average. I don't want to take all that home overnight. So it's coming down and it's holding that 9 level. Only thing I don't like is yeah, Friday and the volume. Nothing great on that volume move right there, but could be the start of something. I think the reason for the gap up and the China stocks or the China markets traded up last night based upon China saying they feel comfortable about their GDP targets. So I'm not sure how much water that's going to hold. JKS, you're gone. You're done. Sorry, just putting in some stops. SPY back to highs. Take a look at the relative strength. Ooh, boy. Anybody catch that? It started right when we started this webinar. Hey, Peter. Gosh, this thing. I hate trading silver. I was in this thing yesterday, and I think I bought it, yeah, right around 38, 39, or something like that. And silver was doing well. It was up on the day, and this thing just anyway, I stopped out on the close. And then the next day, man, look at this. Good Lord. I hate trading silver stocks. Ah, okay. FOMC speak going on, huh? On a Friday afternoon. Gosh, Intel. You're the most pathetic chip maker I've ever seen. It's one of those stocks where you just buy a little bit, you don't even watch it. You put a stop in, you know, below 18. So however many shares you can buy where that's not too much pain, you just take it off your board if you want.
Look at those old candlesticks you're still using.
I know, Barry.
Actually, I'm the unique one. Okay, I started using those bar charts. I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, because of the go no go was based on those.
Yeah.
And I have to admit, Andy, I love them. I
Do
love
you?
them way better than the candlestick charts. I
Wow.
love the fact that you can take a look and you can see exactly where the open, where the close was without having to hover
Yeah,
over the candle and seeing. I
that's
love it.
true.
I just love it, and I find that they don't clutter up as much, because they're a little thinner and all. But I've made them as fat as I can. But I never even considered using those type of charts. Well, for all the years I've been trading until maybe 3 months ago. Now I won't go back.
Really? Yeah,
I will
amazing.
not go back. I will
Wow.
not go back. I just absolutely love them. Meanwhile, you're right, Andy. Look at this SPY.
I know.
Jeez.
I know.
I think people get so pissed. Well, excuse me, since they get ticked off, because the SPY and I shouldn't be doing this. Well,
I
you know
know.
what?
You
It's
can't
doing what
fight
it's
it, man.
doing. You
Yeah.
can't fight it.
No.
And is there any real, but inflation's going this and they're printing money. Well, maybe they are, but it doesn't. There's a disconnect. Okay, I just
Yeah.
treat the markets like a lottery, bit of a lottery. Try to put the odds on in your favor and take the trades. it doesn't necessarily have to have a direct correlation to, how well a specific company is doing, and you're seeing the stock. Well, it shouldn't be doing that. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to fight it? So, but people get so upset.
I
I
know,
mean,
I
really
know.
upset.
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of those that firmly believe it's gonna be ugly at some point. It's gonna have a bad ending, but I'm not the one that's gonna try to get in front of
Yeah,
this, man. I'm just
yeah,
gonna enjoy the
exactly.
ride. You know what? The price action will tell you when it's in trouble. I think
Yeah.
so.
And there
Uh,
have been a couple of little, what some might have thought, okay, now, okay,
yeah,
okay, now,
yeah,
okay, but
yeah.
it's been so short lived.
Yep,
So I don't know. So I don't get mad. I just trade what you see, and that's it. And
exactly.
I don't get mad at the market and or mad at the government or mad at this. Just
Right.
trade what you see.
Trade
You
what you see.
know.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Exactly.
I
But
um I had a very expensive lunch. I've resurrected my 10-day daily breakout because we're going to get into earnings season again, and it is giving me some really, really, really good looks. The last one, unfortunately, I was on my break, was eFresh. I heard you talking about it.
yeah.
The alert was at 398, and it was at 12:23 Eastern time. So
What's the
during my
symbol
break,
again?
EFSH.
Okay.
Oh God, look at
I
it now.
know. Look at that.
$9. So I mean, I'll actually take over the screen now. Okay, you can go. I know I'm a little early, but I wanted to talk to the group about eFresh and also
Okay.
LXEO, another one. And so all I'll say to you, Andy, is you got to be a baseball fan too. What a game last night, right? Or did
Yes.
you not watch it?
Oh, no, I did watch it. I did watch it,
Oh,
but let me tell you what, Hulu went down in
oh,
extra
what?
innings in a tie game. My Hulu
Oh,
went yeah, Hulu went down for like 45 minutes. Oh, yeah, I pulled it up. It was the home run was over, you know? It's like, "Oh, god."
oh my. Well, at least you got the eighth and ninth inning dramatics
Oh,
though,
yeah.
because
Oh, yeah.
that you
Yeah.
know.
That was a great game.
What a game! What a game! I don't understand when you say Hulu went down. I mean, we don't have Hulu in Canada, but don't you have it on network television, or you just don't have cable?
No, I have cable for internet. You have to have cable for internet, but then I just do everything on Hulu, you know?
So you don't have TNT, or you don't have any of the
I'll get
cable
every
network.
channel. I get every channel that you would on your cable box, you know.
So why did you have to have Hulu to watch the game? I guess that's my question.
I guess what I'm
Couldn't you
saying
watch it
is
on
I
TNT
I
or
have Spectrum as a uh,
provider?
internet provider, right? But I do
Right.
not have my television service through them. So
Oh, I
I
see.
yeah. But there's a lot of
Okay.
advantages, you could have it on like, 6 to 8 devices,
Sure.
I can watch it on my phone, a lot of things that you can't do on, your cable. So
Interesting
and it,
because, and I'm sure it has to be the same with you. I know, guys, we'll get right back to trading, but with my cable provider, I mean my TV cable provider, I can watch all that stuff online on any device.
okay. Well, they've changed. Back when I got Hulu, that wasn't available. So
Oh, really?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, in
Uh
Canada, we're pretty advanced.
No, I haven't had any problem with Hulu except for last night. I don't know what happened.
Oh
They
my
just went
gosh.
down. They never go down. I don't know what the problem was, but
Okay.
it's just it's like YouTube TV.
Probably a lot of Yankee fans or something. They
Yeah,
you're
maybe.
not gonna
Yeah.
watch that.
Oh, I went on Twitter, man, and pulled up, Hulu down, did a search, but everybody
Oh,
was
brother.
just so angry, man.
Anyway, my friend, well, thanks again for taking over for the hour, giving me my break, and
Yeah,
hopefully we will see you next week.
yeah, you will. Okay, have a
Okay,
good
I
weekend,
guess
Barry, and
KC San
everybody else do the
Francisco,
same. What's that?
KC San Francisco. I guess that's the game this week,
Oh,
right?
okay, that'll be a good one.
That'll be a good one.
That'll be a good
Okay,
one.
guys, sorry about that. Andy and I
Okay.
just do a little
You
couple
know
of
what?
minutes of
I
sports.
didn't get the Charlie creates question there
Oh,
in
okay,
the
go
chat.
ahead.
So maybe. Well, let's see. Let's see. How can I learn how to track tickers that are around the range? Yeah. Let me. Charlie, send that question to info at trade ideas, and what we'll do is we'll get you a scan. I think I have one somewhere, but I have to find it. So trade dash, and Steve might have one too as well. Just but pretty much phrase it just like you said in the chat box here, and we'll show you how you can build a scan, and for stocks that are strong and pulling back to the to those averages. All right, everybody have a good weekend.
Okay, thanks,
See you,
Andy.
Barry.
Okay, guys. Yeah, sorry. I know Andy and I have a little deal Friday afternoons, about 5 minutes before. We talk a little sports, which is what I'd rather be doing than talking stocks. But anyway, here we go, guys. Uh, Back in both rooms. And as I said to Andy, that was a extremely expensive lunch that I just had because hopefully look, I'm going to nag at you guys. Have this alert, have this scan, okay? They don't repeat, or either the repeating version or the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. I'm not saying they're all going to be monsters, but you can just take a look at what's happened. But look at the E-fresh. Look at the E-fresh. 398 on the alert, 1223 was the time. And it has pulled back a little bit, but before it pulled back from 398, almost straight up, almost completely straight up. This got up to $10, guys, from 398. The LXEO that I said I wasn't going to take because I was going on my break. Well, even that one, I mean, it's not quite as dramatic as the E-fresh, but 956. And before it pulled back, I mean, 1028. These are great moves. Take a look at the CYCC and see if it's doing anything. 169, so it hasn't moved off that price yet. And I look left and I don't like it because I'm just seeing some resistance. So, I mean, just because you get the alert, you still have to look at the daily. Well, you don't have to look at the daily chart because it's a 10-day daily breakout. But maybe on the 11th day, you'll see it. You'll see something. Okay. So look left on the daily chart, look left on the weekly chart just to check to see, well, where could these stocks go? I mean, look at eFresh. I mean, look at it. I mean, there's nothing better. You look left, there's nothing. You look left on the weekly chart, there's nothing that's going to stall it. Not chart resistance anyway, stalling it. So again, that was an expensive lunch. And so, yeah, as a watch list, because sometimes, I know I traded, I was waiting to see if Aura might get back up to that 1230. It might, I mean, later on, it might. TDS, let's just go over them one by one. These are the ones that happened, okay? So let's just go over them one by one. And they're not all going to be rocket ships, but here's Peggy, 856 at 930. Well, I'd call that a rocket ship. It went from 856 up to 1213 before it pulled back. Stober, SOBR, 1559. Whoops. So again, I'm not saying you could get them right at 1559. I mean, I know these were moving fast, but all I can do is just take a look to see where they did go afterwards. 1559, and this before it pulled back, got up to 1955. Well, we know about drug. We know about drug. Get the alert at 3850. I'm not saying this would have been super simple, but this got up to it's on my homepage, KV Ray. Got up to $70. DraftKings. I don't know what DraftKings said. 39.31. So this did not move. Okay. I mean, it got basically up to 39.37. So that did not have a big move. We know OKLO. We know that's one I took. 1677 before it pulled back, got up to 2073. I don't think HEPS moved. 391. Yeah, I got the 4. Not a big move. This one did not. I know. I did take this one and I got stopped out. 461. I would have had a little bit of a gain in it. I got up to 477, but I was looking for more. Aura is the one that did not move, 1230. And I'm waiting on it to see it later on. But let's see what did it do? No, I mean, it got up to 1243. I don't know. The VTAC did not. That was so extended at the time. This one I did take, I mean, it was okay. 1351 before it pulled back, got up to 1415. The bear, this had a nice pop and then a drop though, 327. Before it pulled back, it got up to 357. That's a great percentage move. And I've just gone over the LXEO, 956, got up to 10 something. And then this one, the most awesomest, amazing. And then this one, I don't like it because when I'm looking left, I see this potential resistance area. So I'm not liking this one. Now, this is on my homepage, okay? Now I did reduce. This is why if you look at this one right now, you won't see this. And also, if you load the page right now or the scan right now, you won't see all these previous ones. You only see the very last one, which is probably the eFresh. You won't see that one because I actually reduced the price range to 150. On my homepage, it's actually two. Okay. So I yesterday I decided to reduce it to 150. So that's why this one is showing up. So it's on my yeah, it's KV rate. So it's on my homepage, and here it is. I'll put my homepage link in. Time to go over my homepage anyway, one last time, but just to show you the scans, okay? So you click on my homepage link. Oops, sorry about that. Yeah, I have to ask Sebastian not to remove the link. So I'm sorry. I don't. How long was I on mute? Hopefully, you heard me my explanation. I'll just quickly do it again. This is the scan I'm talking about. Okay, and then you have the daily breakout, which is the. He told me that there's another note section or something under notes. Where is that though? Where is that? He said there's another note section, and but I was so busy, and I don't. And under my name, give me a moment. Okay, I'm dumb. What are you talking about under my name? I'm sorry. I still don't know what you're talking about. Active chat? Oh, here? Oh, I see. No. Alright, let me do this off screen. Alright, I'll figure this out afterwards. I'm not sure it's such a big deal, for I'd rather have them in, that it's readily available for everybody, because I do see admin notes, but that Imgur is not loading. You know what? Let me do it a little later, okay? Because yeah, the Imgur is not loading for me. So even the CYCC, even though I didn't, I mean, quite frankly, that was a great move also. I mean, on a percentage basis, 169 before it pulled back, it got up to 2. Now, this is interesting to me because typically we don't see too many after the first hour, because you have to think of it this way: a stock is breaking a 10-day high. Usually, it's going to happen fairly early in the day. Usually, don't get too many of them. This is a late one, 12:23 and 12:57. Now, I should remember there are other filters in place too, so it's possible. No, look at this. I mean, was doing nothing. So it had to break. Well, you can see exactly what it had to break. No, because you would have thought the alert would have happened at 240, okay, breaking that. But obviously, what happened is when that volume came in, that's what spiked the relative volume, because the filter in this scan here is 8. The relative volume has to be 8. So more than likely, when it was doing this, it still wasn't 8. I mean, obviously, it's way above 8 based on that volume now. I don't even see any news on it. Okay, that Imgur did actually load, okay, eventually. Give me a moment. See, William, I don't see a line under my name. I'm sorry. I see exactly what you're looking at. I don't see like a line under here. Anyway, what's wrong with me? Well, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it right now. Maybe later. It's possible because I don't see a line. You're talking about all this under. I don't see a line that I can click on or anything I can click on underneath my name. It must be something else. I'll have to ask him. Anyway, here's the reason I don't usually like to trade these ones that sort of surface over a dollar, and then this is what I'm used to. This QNRX now just giving it up underneath a dollar again. All right, guys. So I did start a new race. Okay, started a new race. I didn't actually have to reboot my entire system. I decided that's dumb. Why don't you just start a new race? So now I've got new symbols to look at, both in the large cap and the this one, the more volatile race. But I'll be honest, I'm not really looking to do too much more. I've had a pretty decent day so far. So, but if I do get something later on in this, I'll probably hop on it. Yeah, I didn't see that post of yours, Penny. You must have posted that in the when Andy was there. The APLD, yeah, did pick up some steam. Relative volume is low, but hey, yeah, no, I was in the QNRX, but like a couple that I don't like to trade that just break over a dollar. A couple just kept moving and moving and moving, and no, did not give up a dollar. That's what I'm more used to. Stocks that pop over a dollar, maybe have a bit of a flurry, and then they just drop right back under a dollar immediately. Well, the same day. I don't swing anything. I'm not a swing trader, Alexi. So if you're in this one, Penny, I don't know if you're in it, but obviously look left. The next high in the weekly chart is 865. Well, the market is still just doing well. Nas is up. So there's a little disconnect. Dow's up just a little. Nas is up a little bit more, and the SPY is up. All right, guys. Well, William or draw. What time today? What 3:30 maybe, or even earlier, or leaving when I leave? Well, Penny, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a swing trader. I mean, it's just swing trading to me is just a mindset. I just don't like it. It's that simple. I'd rather just be in stocks during the day, make sure I'm out at the end of the day. I mean, do I make an exception every now and then? Of course, but it's just my mindset. I don't have to worry about anything overnight happening. But there are people who are excellent swing traders and make a lot of money. Okay. So William is maybe 3:30. I haven't heard from Draw yet. He's slacking. Okay, so I briefly went over my homepage. Okay, so I'll do a little more in depth one last time. Okay, and the stuff you can find on it. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription, of course. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, please use my code at any time in the future. Okay, that'll help to keep the rooms free. It's that simple. Get started. That's the first thing you have to do when you do take out a subscription. And I understand this really only applies to the downloadable application. I know it's a little bit different for the web-based version, but I don't use it, so I'm sorry, I really can't. It'll be something similar, I guess, but download and install, first startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. All the key ingredients covered briefly in these 10 videos. And trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Okay. If you're coming at this, if you're thinking, well, trade ideas is just going to teach me to trade, and all I have to do is just take every alert. No. Okay. So you should take a look at this free series of videos called Trading 101, and that'll give you at least hopefully a basic understanding of what you're looking at when you see a chart. There's other things also, but certainly chart reading ability. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You will get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education sections here. And again, here are my scans. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Okay. Here are the scans I'm currently sharing. Oops. And here are the ones you can actually see. The race, this top race right there. Halts resumes is over here. Just have to find them. I've named them all here. Relative strength leaders here, and then movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. But what I also have up and running is a momentum scan, my other monitor. I also have this large cap gainers on my other monitor. And then, as I've told you, I have the don't repeat version of the breakouts and the breakdowns. And I also am not looking at it as much as I thought I would, but the gap continuation or reverse. Now, in case you think, well, that's way too many. Remember, look how many alerts I've had all day long on this one. It's not how many alert windows you've got, it's how many alerts are being delivered to you. So I mean, there's a like very finite, I mean, an easy number here, obviously. Okay, guys, is this going to work? Super extended, but is it going to work? And we're talking about the HTCR. I might have to revise my thinking because this is only showing up right now because I have $1.50 now as a minimum. Obviously, it would have shown up earlier if I reduced that minimum, but I may get more in here that I don't want. Yeah, I took myself out of it, guys. I took myself out of it. It's just probably a little too extended. Okay, so just because I got that alert, if there'd been, I mean, there's enough room, but it was just way too extended. Now, later on, I'll put the alert back here at 150 and see if it hits it again. Good one, Captain. Ooh, okay, this one just showed up also. Now this is a gold play, right? Yeah, Austin Gold. Unless it has news on its own, I don't think I'll take it. Take a look at what gold is doing, GLD. Though it's such a small one, it may not be completely tracking what the gold mark is. Yeah, so it's not. So I mean, Austin is kind of trading on its own. AUST. Okay, thank you, Captain. Well, I really don't trade much. I mean, I honestly don't trade that much. Well, it sounds like I might, but I don't. What have I done today? Oklo, ASVI basically got out with a small loss. CLPT, the QNRX escaped, and then just that no, it didn't take. Sorry, it didn't take the HTCR. Was looking at it. So what have I done? 4 trades today. Now let's see where it pulled back to. HTCR. Did it pull back to the VWAP? Oh yeah, so it's pulled back to the VWAP. I point this out. I'm not a huge VWAP player, okay, but I just pointed out to people who are. So there's the VWAP at 128, and now there's right there. Will that act as support? Yeah, learned through experience, Captain. Definitely learned through experience. And we Did not obviously nobody starts out waiting because you don't know what you're waiting for. So you just take them. You think, oh, this looks good, I'll take it. And it doesn't work. And then maybe a couple work, and then three don't work, and then one works, and then one really doesn't work and kind of wipes you out. I just think people are too anxious to want to trade. My opinion. I mean, there are some here who trade a lot, I guess, but I don't have the need to be in something all day long or in a trade. Look at this. Thank goodness. You see, I just looked at this and said, even though I got the alert, just because I get this alert, just because I love this scan, I still have to look at each individual alert on their own. And what's the first thing I saw? Way too parabolic. And this is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. I guess they kind of pre-released the expectation of Q3 profit. I mean, that's a big difference. Expectation of 9 to 11 million versus a loss of 2.5 million. Revenue 17 and 19 versus 4.7 last year. But they don't actually announce until mid-November. But they decided to just put that out today. Give me one moment, guys, and I'll answer your question in a bit. Charlie, okay, just give me a moment. I want to talk a little bit about eFresh because remember I said HTCR looked too parabolic to me. Well, we had the alert for eFresh right here. Okay. Now, had it moved a bit? Yes, but it did not have like a giant can bar like that. Contrast that to the HTCR with this giant bar right there on the alert. And do it, right? Make sense? Whereas eFresh did not have a giant bar on the alert. So I looked at it anyway. No, unfortunately, I was on my break for eFresh. I would have taken eFresh 100% because look left, look at all the room it had. All right, talk a little bit about the meta chart. Now, again, I don't trade. I'm still going to call it Facebook for a while, but Meta. So nothing really going on. I mean, weekly chart just kind of doing nothing. Has earnings at the end of the month. I think people are probably just waiting on that. The volume today is not even normal. Well, again, I mean, looking for a long entry. 601 is up here. I mean, to me, there's no, it's sort of in a mini downtrend right now. I think people are just waiting to see what's going to happen on the 30th when they announce. So I don't see a big. I mean, you might, if you're looking at these bottoms there and thinking, okay, slightly higher lows. But you probably have to wait for 585 to be taken out. Maybe somebody else wants to chime in on Charlie in our YouTube room asking about a potential going long Meta right now. I don't see it. Yeah. So Charlie, what then you're sort of gambling on the fact you're not going to hold it through earnings, are you? I don't hold I don't teach trading. My only advice though, my only advice is don't hold it. Well, I should say, look, I mean, look, there are probably people out there that hold through earnings and they've done well. I just never hold anything through earnings. Never, never, never. Because even though, you might go to 10 websites and or 10 people talking about a specific stock and some of these sites, they've got all these ratings about what to look for, what possibly could happen. The odds of it going up 9 out of 10, whatever. I just don't trade through earnings. It's that simple. But I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but because you just don't know what they're going to what the release is going to be. You just don't know. Even if they, I mean, Netflix. I know there were a lot of people that thought Netflix was going to was going to fall, and they came out and they said, you know what, subscriber growth. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm going to be a couple of minutes. Okay, so just on hold for a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. Well, there's no such thing as a free broker, Christine. Well, that I'm aware of anyway, because the brokers have to pay for the data that they get, right? So now, okay, when you mean free, you mean commission free? I'm sorry, you mean commission free? Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, hard to believe that Schwab. So before 7 a.m. Hmm, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize that. I thought all brokers now. I mean, IB is actually almost 24 hours a day now for but yeah, I mean, IB we start w I mean, the reason why we start getting our data at 4 in the morning now is because of IB. So I don't know. Commission free, I don't know. Now, IB has now the only problem is you won't be able to link with trade ideas, but IB has a commission free service. I don't know when they start. Yeah, just that IB Light. That's what we're. I don't know. Maybe Pepe knows. I think he's dabbled with IB Light because IB does have a commission free. The problem, otherwise, we'd all be using it. The problem is that we cannot connect. We can't. So in other words, clicking on an alert, it will not load into the platform, and I need that. I mean, I'm not going to have a broker that I can't. Every time I click on an alert, I want it to load into my platform. So I'm correct about what, Pepe? With IB Light, you can you trade the same hours as IB Pro? Because I suppose what you could do. Okay. Well, Christine, all you can do is maybe contact IB or C, like go to IB Light. Maybe there's a web page somewhere, got to be. Maybe they somewhere that clearly states how early you can trade, and you can use that for pre-market, and then you can continue using Schwab afterwards, or IB afterwards if you want. But I mean, IB does have. If you care about connecting, maybe you don't care about connecting to trade ideas. I mean, it depends how many symbols you're looking at a day. You know, oh, if you don't care about connecting, I would then check out IB Light. Okay, check out IB Light and see whether or not they do start the same time. There you go. Oh, not the same hours. So there you go. And William is saying the same thing. Interesting. So IB is IB Pro, whatever they call it, is the only one that allows you that early trading. But you're going to have to pay half a cent a share. Now, is that a big deal? Okay. So Weibo, but is it free? Free commissions? Weibo, is that free commissions? FinFan Forever. Okay. Well, you can try Weibo then. Weibo. Christine, FinFan Forever says you can start trading at 4 a.m. Eastern time. It seems to be getting more. Well, I think it's reasonably popular. I don't think they're in Canada, so I don't have the option. There are no free brokers in Canada that I know of, commission free. Okay, so Webull is China. Be careful. There you go. Well, you're talking about Redfin. I see it's leading this race up here. Redfin, RDFN. So here's another little gold play moving along with the Austin AUST, the USAU, US gold. For those of you who know the periodic table, boy, look at this LXEO guy still moving here. Okay, guys, so I'm more than likely going to be wrapping up myself here at 2:30. William says he may keep the room open. I don't see what draw. Oh, draw. William says he might have to leave it even earlier than 3:30. He said 3:30, but and he said he might have to leave earlier. What's on your agenda as far as keeping the room open? The same or later? Up to you, of course. Well, Christine, you're talking about okay. You're talking about T-non, okay, as an example. The problem though, also trying to I don't know how active that would have been in the pre-market. T-non as an example. So you may have a very horrible bid ask. So I mean, I have no idea. I don't know what it was trading, how well it was trading. Are you talking about right now? It looks like it was trading fairly well pre-market. But you could be in something. Yeah, I can see it went crazy after hours. Yeah, it went crazy after hours yesterday. Okay, so the volume was fine. Okay. But you could also get into something after hours and then think, okay, I want to trade it out in the morning. And maybe there's hardly any volume. In this particular case, that's not the case. And if there's no volume, you could have a tough time getting out where you want. Again, in this case, you would had no problem because I mean it traded 1.36 million right at 4 o'clock. Well, okay, if they always have high volume, then okay. Yes. Hello. Email. Good pseudonym. What can I do for you? Email. Hopefully you can hear me. I guess you can. You just put a little smiley face there. So I'm ready and available for a question. Any questions, guys? Seriously. Look at the bivy here. Wow, look at the bivy is right. So BIVI, the next high looking left is 290. Now, this is not showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. It's too cheap. Also, the relative volume is not 8, but this is this nice little burst right here for some reason. Yeah, man, we could have held that light bridge all day, just about all day almost. Look at the 15-minute chart. Talked about this on that 5 break, and it popped up, hit 5 again, and then just kept moving. And that is the LTBR. So look at the pullback now for eFresh. Now, what did it pull back to? 579. So yeah, I mean, it pulled back below the VWAP. Still don't see any news on it. The news really, I guess, is the fact that it's a low float, and that's about it. I don't see any news on it. Okay, guys. So again, I have a little over half an hour left. So if you have questions, great time to ask questions before I leave. All right. So email. I'm talking to email, email in our YouTube room. So first of all, if you're talking about the money machine, auto trading the money machine. So I'm going to ask a question, and if you're talking about that, you will not be able to do it with Thinkorswim. Okay. Right now, you'd have to have an Alpaca account. Number one. Okay. The only way, yeah. So if you're looking to try that, and we don't know if it's going to work. Okay. What has to happen? I know it. What they're showing looks really interesting. I get it. We have to be able to simulate it though in our simulator. Our simulator, of course, doesn't account for slippage or anything like that. And then what we're going to do is actually open up like a money, like a real account, trade it for a while, and see how it works when you have to take into account slippage. Only then, if it works, if we think it's working, then will it be launched. Okay, and you're right. It probably won't be until the new year. If it works, we have to make sure it works. Right now in view mode, it looks pretty good, but also you'll need an Alpaca account. The reason you need an Alpaca account is that with Interactive Brokers, they charge a commission. So we need a commission-free service, which is Alpaca. I'm not sure why. We don't really like the way E-Trade is, okay, the API. And so otherwise you could use E-Trade. I'm going to ask that question right now to the guys. I don't get too involved in this because it's still far out. Okay. Okay, so you can link. So we've got so email. What we've got, you can see my screen. We got a tool. If you click on the, go up to the, well, you don't have trade idea. You don't have trade ideas yet. So in the toolbar, you click on tool, and then there's something called external linking. And this is how you can establish a link to your broker. Okay. The link to your broker, notice I'm linked to Interactive Broker. Okay. But you can link with Thinkorswim. And what linking does for you is when I click on any alert anywhere, so if I click on CNVS, it automatically loads into my Interactive Brokers account. Now from there, I trade it. Okay. So if you're looking to auto trade using Thinkorswim, you can. But if you're just looking to trade from within your broker, but have a nice connection, so you're not constantly typing the symbol in all day long into your broker account, then yes, you can do that with Thinkorswim. Okay, so I've just got the answer regarding E-Trade. I'll polish it up a bit, but there are specifics needed for this connection, and alpaca is the only choice. So even though E-Trade does offer commission-free trading, it doesn't cut it when it comes to what we're trying to do with this money machine. Okay. But email. I don't know what sort of a trader you are. If you have any background in trading, but I mean, we're really, really, really good at real time alerting and creating scans. And I have a lot of scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, guys. So I'm going to give my. I'll come back on. If you have a question, I will come right back on. But I'm going to put myself on mute right now. I'll put the message up. Okay, so I'll get right back on the mic if there's a question or if I have something interesting to say. Okay, but I'll put myself on mute right now. Again, if you have a question, don't be shy. Ask the question. All right, well, if you're asking me that, Galaxy, I guess so, yeah. I mean, I don't trade options. You know, somebody who trades options might be able to answer that question a lot better than I can. So you're talking about shorting a stock that you like with options, like buying puts. You know, I am not, don't trade options, but somebody else might, there you go. You can short calls. William is saying you can short calls. Oh man, guys, this light bridge was awesome. I mean, I wish I'd taken that one. This is, you know, super cheap one in that nuclear sector with the OKLO, the SMR, and the NNE, and a few higher price ones. And this one has lagged them all. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's still way down in terms of a lifetime range, but and the rest of them are, you know, almost at all-time highs. But anyway, great. And look at the volume surging in here. Oh no, I don't believe I missed it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I missed it. What the heck was I doing? At 122, we had an alert for it at 570. I don't know what I was doing. And look, and again, it was not parabolic. It's not like on the alert on the can the bar of the alert. It's not like it was a bar like that. It was just, you know, little bar like that. Had the alert. Son of a gun, how did I miss that one? I blame you guys. Okay, now the first thing, Harry, what you have to do, okay? This is anybody listening. Anything you've got, I don't care if it's an individual scan or a layout, save it to the cloud, okay? So, I don't know if you know how to do that, but for instance, if I right now, if I file, save or if I go to the toolbar, file, and then save or share to cloud, and I can click on entire layout and give it a name, and then I save it. Now the entire layout is in your cloud, okay? I also save individual scans to the cloud. So I've got this one. I save individual scans also to the cloud because sometimes I don't want to bring back an entire layout. I may have another layout that I'm using now, but I want to bring back a scan. So I save everything to the cloud. Okay. Now you cannot import my layout anyway. You can import my scans individual, so you don't have to worry. In the old days, if you took a in the old days, if you had a layout up and then you uh, put another layout. If you had a layout on your screen and then and then you loaded another layout, yes, your layout would disappear. But you can't do that anyway because all I've got are the individual scans that you can have. Okay, I don't share a layout, and I don't do that because not everybody wants everything that's in my layout. Okay, so if you, I just put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down and click here, there's the center section. My scans are here. So this is what now what you can see is this one, the biggest scanners from the start of the race. Ultra zoom is over here. Just have to find them. I've named them all, so it should make sense. Relative strength leaders is down here. I really use this one really, but it's there. And then the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is here. Now, The ones I've been talking about, the don't repeat, this on my other monitor, the don't repeat daily breakout, okay? So it's up here. The the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout is here, okay? And then I have other scans that I am sharing. But again, I do not have all these scans up and running. I just have a lot of scans that I've created, and I thought, okay, I'll put some of them in. Some might you might look at the name of it, and you might think, "Yeah, okay, wouldn't mind seeing what it looks like." And remember, you download this one as an example, the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, if you have it now on your screen, and remember, if you get it on your screen, don't forget, save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Save it to the cloud because now you have it. And because a lot of times people say to me, "Oh, I had your scan, but I didn't save it, or I exited and I didn't save, or something like that." Well, if you save everything to the cloud, it's always there. But again, if you want to know what it's looking for, you just right click, configure, and summary. And that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. And of course, you can make changes if you want. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like. You want to add something, go ahead. But this is what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see or have to see, okay? I just call these templates that I use, but you can always adjust them, modify them to your style of trading. And I'm not just talking to you, Harry, anybody who's listening. Yeah, so Shaw, when talking to Shaw on our YouTube room, when is 24 hours going to start? Well, when that starts, I'm done. I am done. There'll be there's nobody going to be moderating the room for 24 hours. I think you're kind of kidding, but hey, Pepe, with are you still using old IB, or are you using their new desktop app? The one that they've been, oh, I don't know, had up and running a few months ago, and then you told me not to do it. Just wondering if it, not that I really have to change, but just curious. Oh, cryptocurrencies certainly are available to trade 24 hours. Certainly. I think isn't Forex pretty much 24 hours? Well, you're not using IB right now. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Thinkorswim. Okay. I see that Bivi came into that 10-day daily break, but again, a little too parabolic, right? I mean, it would have worked a little bit. I mean, the alert was at 153. If you could get it right at 153 and maybe get out around 165, that wouldn't have been too bad. But I to me it was just too parabolic anyway. But look at the room it's got. Yeah, well, I still want to have a wife, Shaw, a wife and a life. So I'm not going to be trading 24 hours or in the evening. No, you cannot automate trading from Thinkorswim. No. What I was explaining is how you can connect to Thinkorswim using our external linking tool. But all that means is that when I see any symbol, okay, anywhere, when I click on it, it loads automatically into my Interactive Brokers platform, and from there I trade. The same thing will happen with Thinkorswim. Okay, that's all it means. It's just a huge, well, for somebody like myself who's clicking on many, many, many symbols all day long, what a pain it would be if I see something and then I would have to type it in. Okay, but we have an external linking tool, tools, external linking, and you basically, I mean, there are a couple of other rules you have to follow. I think for Thinkorswim, you have to run, cooking this off, guys, like a piece of orange peel or something. Um, you have to, I think you have to run both Trade Ideas and also Thinkorswim, run as administrator. But if you're interested, I can direct you to Chris, who probably has a video on it. But again, understand, it's not auto trading. It's nothing to do with auto trading. It is just a big time saver. Well, Pepe must know because you're using Thinkorswim, right? So, Fan Trader making your appearance late in the afternoon. I don't think I saw a post from you earlier. All right, guys, 219. So getting close to the end for me this week. Okay, what a week. Say that every week. Every week, it's what a week, really. This is such a great program to have if you're an active trader. Challenge, of course, is to try to, I mean, right now, I mean, I'm so sold on this. I can't wait for next week. I can't wait. Probably going to have too many because I'm even here. Have to see how they're spaced out. So we had, but I cannot going to get hung up also and thinking, well, if I saw this at Peggy at 9:30 at 8:56, and now it's 8:70, I'm not going to freak out, okay? Because when I look at that, there was a ton of room, as an example. So I don't get hung up on, man, I missed it because it's gone a dime on me. But I'm just looking how they were spaced. So we did have three right off the bat at 9:30, and no 9:33. So plenty of time, between them to analyze if you want to take the trade. That's really the key. So when you say, is there a video? I'm talking to email. Are you talking about how to actually connect trade ideas on Thinkorswim? Is that what you're talking about? Because I think I can get you a video on it. Okay, I'm just Chris will probably have it, and so Chris works at Trade Ideas. Okay, so I just contacted him, and hopefully I can get back to you. Oops, I put in the wrong one. Oh, no, I do have it. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? And my machine's going to go a little crazy, but Here is the link. Okay. And it's a video. Okay. I would like to put that in the notes section that you keep talking about, William. So when people ask me how to link with Thinkorswim, I don't have to bug Chris. Oh, really? You have not been? Wow. Hmm. So, we had a question like that the other day, William. I have no I Yeah, I don't think you can do it. I mean, I only have one order box open, of course, in Interactive Brokers. If I had several open, look at that light bridge. Holy smokes, LTBR. If I had several order entry box which I know I can, I don't need to, but I guess I could. I don't know if you can establish using the external linking tool going into the various boxes. Could I add a link and go to another order entry box? Maybe, but I've never tried. Oh, what a miss. Look at that. 570. Why? Well, I don't know what I was doing at 122, but obviously wasn't tell oh, you know what? I don't recall her saying anything. I've got text to speech, female sound. Yeah, we got to put the volume up. I don't recall her saying anything. Okay, so Chris is saying, William, you can link individual places, but need to make sure they are not linked inside the target software to other places, I think. So, Chris, what he's trying to do, I think, is he has several order entries boxes. Like I could have several order entry boxes in Interactive Brokers. Can I go establish a link to each one of them? I have no need to do that, but I never tried. You can't have order entry box linked to a chart. Hmm. Are you I don't know what you mean, William. I mean, I know you know this, right? I mean, the linking's only one way. You link to, you can't link from the broker. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Can't link your order entry linked to a chart. Are you talking about a chart within your broker platform? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, well, again, I apologize if I'm not understanding. If I had interactive brokers charts up and running, when I click on an alert, it will load into my interactive brokers charts. Okay, it'll load into my order entry, and it'll load into the chart also. If I don't have an IB chart open, but the way you do it, and I'm sure E-Trade must be the same way. It's just it's little links. I have to have the same. See, I have a little link here, little green link. I have a green link here. So, and these are all options. Okay, so I just have to make sure that everything I'm using has a green link, including the charts, as an example. Okay, so I think certainly you can then link. Yeah. See you next week, Shaw. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Well, that's what I thought. Well, in interactive brokers, as long as the chain link is the same color for everything you want to load into at the same time, it'll work. All right, guys. So it is now 2:30. So William, again, you're going to keep it open to what, 3:30 or draw? I know you said you might have to leave a little early to go to the post office or something, but how about you draw? I just want to be able to tell people in YouTube and those who are remaining in the main room how late the room could be open till, because I'm out of here. Unless there are questions, I'll always stick around for questions. Well, here's what I'm going to do. So anybody who's left in YouTube, I'll give you the link to get into the what I call the main room. Okay. So you click on my homepage link. This is people in YouTube only, okay, who want to keep conversing about trading and stuff. And see where the trading room up here, trading room right there. Just click on that, and that'll get you into the trading room. And that room will be open until I'm going to call it 3:30 ish. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to head off now. And thanks for all the help all week long. Next week we're into earnings season in a bigger way, guys. I think they're. In fact, let me do a quick look. So this week we had about, I think, less than 100. Next week we have over 400 companies releasing earnings. Okay, there'll be a couple of weeks in which we have about 800 to 1,000. They're all coming up, and I'm not talking about the big guys. I mean, if you want, I'm not talking about the Apples and the Microsofts and the Amazon. I'm talking about lots of companies who release earnings every 3 months, and those, for me anyway, are the fun ones to trade. Not saying guys want to trade Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, etc. Fine, but what I find is that some of these ones that you don't hear too much about on the day they release earnings, they can go kind of crazy, either up or down. So 400 companies next week, 400 plus next week. And so this scan right here will probably be almost super active. I may have to do something, okay, because I don't want to have like 30 in here. This is about maybe a few more, and all. But really, it depends on how well they're spaced out. I just want to have a whole. Don't want to have a whole bunch coming in at the same time. Anyway, so guys, thanks again all week for all the help as always. Have a great weekend, and I'll be on the mic at 9 a.m. Eastern Time Monday morning. Have a great weekend. We'll see you then. So I'm gonna shut the YouTubers down right now. I have to do that because nobody's there to moderate. So I'm shutting you guys down now.